start, I would have to give the secretary to give us the apologies, including giving a hint who are on our left. We need to know, because we know there are changes that have taken place there. We would like to not only see you on TV, because faces on TV sometimes can fool you when you see the person. You'll see, most of people think I am light. Those who saw on TV, they don't know that I'm like a Ghanaian. In fact, I think I was supposed to be a Ghanaian. You know, I think I was misplaced here. Therefore, we'll be in a position to know who is here. Secretary?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and guests. The apologies I have received, Chair, it's from Ms. Siweya. She's not feeling well today. Ms. Graham Murray will not be able to attend the meeting. Ms. Malinga is in KZN with other portfolio committee. And also the minister is in cabinet. The delegation is led by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Papela, and also from the department, we've got the acting DDG, Mr. Nkadimeng. And then from the Eskom board chair, it's led by the chairperson, Mr. Mteto Nyati, and Mr. Bekin Chalinchali. And then we've got the executives of Eskom. We've got the acting group chief executive, Mr. Khalibs Kasim, acting chief financial officer, Ms. Martin Weiss, the group executive distribution, Mr. Monde Bala, group executive generation, Mr. Becky Umalo, the group executive transmission, Mr. Homoto Skippers, group executive human resources, Ms. Elsie Pule, group executive, acting group executive government and regulatory affairs, Ms. Natasha Zitole, chief procurement officer, Ms. Jenry Sanka, and then also we've got those from stakeholder management. In the list, I'm just making a disclaimer, Chair. They gave me a list, but there's no master on me, so I might have put a master where there's a miss. So my apologies.
Thank you, Secretary. You all welcome, Honorable, as I already said. Without wasting our time, we will give Eskom an opportunity to present the annual report and financial statement for this financial year 2020 to 2023. And before we do that, perhaps, I don't know whether it's the Deputy Minister will start or the Chair of the board, but it's Eskom's responsibility to decide who start among all of you.
As the norm, obviously the shareholder starts. And but in many instances where the entity has a board, we do not talk long, and we give to the chair of the board to be the one that introduces. But from the shareholder side, Chair, we just want to say finally the annual report and financial statement is here now. I know it's delayed in terms of the timeframes of Parliament, and thank you very much for giving us space through the office of the Speaker that were delayed, but the delay was due to other issues that were beyond our control. The AG was still very busy, and other auditors that Eskom is employed were very busy with certain information to conclude on the financial statement, and the delay therefore was written to the Speaker by the Minister, to yourselves. And finally, but here we are before the year ends, as we promised and committed that we will definitely deliver before the year ends. And then, Chair, also you will then receive the report and the Chair will introduce, but also the issues that we have raised were also raised in some meetings, that the energy available factor is a worrying issue, load shedding is a worrying issue. We have warned them that this might arise from the floor, even though we are dealing with the annual report and the annual financial statements. But the current moments issues of the moment will arise naturally because it's a worrying factor, obviously, the load shedding. And there were questions, Chairperson, as to when are you ending load shedding? I said, that one will be answered by Eskom itself. You are still asking. Okay. And even though we're dealing with annual report and financial statement of the previous year, 2022-2023, but they said they want to hear on that one. And I think they are forewarned, and therefore they will then be able to answer on any of those issues at a given point. So let the chair then, lead the introduction on the subject matters. And thank you very much for allowing us that space once more from the shareholder side. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Obed Popela, members of the committee. My name is Mteto Nyati, and I will be doing brief opening remarks on behalf of the board, then hand over to the acting Group Chief Executive, Caleb Kasim, who will take us through the financial results of Eskom. He will then be followed by the acting Chief Financial Officer of the company. Then we can have an open discussion from that. So without any delay, I'd like to just read my opening remarks, Chair. The Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Kaya Magatla, Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Enterprise, Mr. Obed Popela, Honorable members of the committee, board colleagues, Eskom executives, good morning. On behalf of the Eskom board, I want to thank the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprise for this opportunity to come and account to Parliament. It is indeed my first appearance at this committee as the chairman of the Eskom board. I take this opportunity to assure the committee of our commitment as the board to provide the necessary oversight as we turn around this big ship. The enormity of our mission is not lost to us. However, we truly believe in the ability of Eskom employees to change their circumstances through conscious effort. They have demonstrated that they can put shoulder to the wheel when properly led. Our top priority as the board is to stabilize the Eskom leadership team. I am happy to report that the Eskom board has provided the Minister of Public Enterprise, Mr. Pravin Gordhan, with 3 appointable candidates for the Group Chief Executive role. Our Minister is currently driving government processes to finalize the appointment of the CEO by the end of this calendar year. In March 2023, the Eskom board approved the Generation Recovery Plan. This turnaround plan details a roadmap for achieving 65% of energy availability factor by March 2024, that's March next year, and 70% of energy availability factor by March 2025. Many such plans usually gather dust due to lack of implementation. It is for this reason that the board appointed Mr. Bheki Nxumalo, who is here with us as the Group Executive for Generation. We appointed him back in April 2023. And his task really was to lead this important effort of turning around Generation. Bheki is a seasoned Eskom executive with a track record of getting things done through people. He is also known for surrounding himself with capable leaders. He has just done that in Eskom in his almost 6 months in the role. It is his team that is steadily but surely leading us out of the load shedding darkness. It is his team that has successfully brought back Quebec 1 after a year-long outage. They built a temporary stacks in Kusile 1 and Kusile 3 and Kusile 2 in record time. They have stabilized Tutuka units that previous management has written off. This team is working very hard to turn things around, and they are. The board has also prioritized consequence management linked to corruption. After a competitive bid process, Eskom management has selected and are onboarding an independent forensic company that will accelerate investigations into corruption and criminality within and outside of Eskom. This is one of those initiatives that the board expects our new group chief executive to lead from the front. It is part of creating a culture of controls and compliance within Eskom. We expect the entire leadership team to set the right tone from the top. We are optimistic that the recent improvements in plant performance and the measures being taken to root out corruption will continue to yield positive results in Eskom. That is only if we continue as the board to hold management accountable and also providing them with the necessary support. Today, though, we are here to discuss Eskom's full year results for the financial year ended March 2023. I would like to state upfront that this set of results we are not proud of as Eskom. These results are marked with a net loss after tax of 24 billion, a low energy availability factor of 56%, and 280 days of load shedding. So by any measure, these are poor set of results. It is for this reason that we set out in March coming up with a generation recovery plan that has to take us out of this current reality that we're facing. The big driver behind the record loss is the continued use of open cycle gas turbines to supplement generation capacity. The only way to limit the OCGT usage in the short term is to improve the reliability and performance of the coal fleet. That is why the implementation of the generation recovery plan is key to Eskom's financial sustainability. The other driver behind the losses is the huge municipal debt. We are encouraged, though, by the National Treasury and Eskom distribution initiatives that are targeting the delinquent municipalities. Further, the Eskom Debt Relief Act by National Treasury will also improve our balance sheet and set us on a path of financial sustainability. I would like to close by saying that while these results are disappointing, you must know that Eskom management, together with the board, is working very hard to make sure that tomorrow is going to be better than today. With that, I would like to hand over to the acting Eskom Group Chief Executive, Caleb, who's going to take us now through the financial results of FY23. Thank you so much. Caleb, over to you.
Thank you. Through you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Chairman. To the Honourable members, good morning. Honourable Deputy Minister, good morning. And to my fellow Eskom colleagues. If we move to the slide, I think the Chairman has indicated the headlines. As we've indicated, a lot of them are negative, especially around operational performance, not only in generation, but we've also seen in the year ended FY23 that transmission also had a difficult year in terms of their performance. Their system minutes lost, deteriorated, year on year. They've generally been a very good performer. Positively, that distribution showed resilient performance in terms of their measures of the amount in terms of frequency performance, as well as in terms of the duration of dealing with interruptions of supply. So distribution has performed well in FY 2023. Over and above what the chairperson has mentioned around the EAF and the load shedding. Obviously, yes, Chair, as you indicated, it wasn't nice this morning to get a call at 2:30 to say we're going to go to stage 4, especially in light of us coming here to Parliament. But I think most importantly, we've always said that priority number 1 for Eskom is to protect the grid. We don't compromise on that, and one of the levers is the levels of load shedding. Chair, I'm still confident in the leadership we have under Becky, but more importantly, what we've tried to do is not just make it a generation issue, but make it an Eskom issue, and us as the executive work hand in hand to support Becky and his team in whatever they require. And we're confident that this is a blip. In terms of our recovery, we don't want to go any higher than stage 4. We need to get to the lower stages, Chair, as we've performed in October and November, and we're confident we can do that through the generation team. And as part of the recovery, the focus around the key stations in terms of the priority stations of Kendal, Kusile, Duva, Tutuka, Matla, and Majuba. We do have stations that are performing very well, like Medupi, Letabo, Camden, Matimba, and the peaking stations. But other than the impact that it has in terms of the financials, as the chairman has indicated, the pressure it puts on your primary energy costs for the higher OCGTs, but we also end up using the more expensive coal stations, and that is why recovering the performance of this coal fleet is critical. But the other element that load shedding does impact on the financials is the lower sales that we are generating. So there is a contribution loss that comes through in terms of the numbers. The chairman has indicated the municipal debt that has grown year on year by about 14 billion, from just under 45 billion rand to 58 billion. I mean, that's over R1 billion a month. As we sit here today, since the March year in, the number is sitting at 63 billion rand. But I'm sure through the questions, Mr. Bala will indicate the positive signals we are seeing through the initiative of National Treasury and the municipalities that have signed up to that. I think from a people perspective, unfortunately, we were saddened with the loss of 4 employees and contractors in total year on year, slightly down from the previous year of 6. But yeah, every life loss is one too many, and we need to keep and remain focused on that. Through natural attrition, our staff complement reduced by 820 during the year. Positively, we did employ, in terms of the Youth Employment Services Program, 523 youth across our business. And during this difficult year, we were able to raise just under 60 billion rand in the financial year. And Martin Base will explain that in the cash flows. And I think what the big positive for us was the support, and we're grateful for that, the approval by government of the 254 billion rand relief. What that has done is, for the first time in 6 years, that we were able now, with that support and knowing that the maturities of our current debt book is secured over the next 3 years, we are able to release capital expenditure for the next 3 years for all the businesses going forward, and that has helped them then to start procuring well in advance to do the necessary maintenance and strengthening in their particular areas. And the board, with the skills they bring just over a year, I think having a fully capacitated board has also helped to keep management responsible and accountable, and we definitely welcome that from a management perspective. If we move on to the next slide, Chair, in terms of the generation performance, over and above the EAF, during the year and the load shedding, there was also curtailment that occurred, and as mentioned, that the high expenditure and reliance on open cycle gas turbines came at a cost, combined cost for Eskom's OCGTs and the IPPs of just under 30 billion rand. And you will see when I speak about the outlook, we're expecting a similar amount for FY24 and then thereafter improve. I've spoken about the focus. I think we must not underestimate the benefit of bringing back the 2 Kusile units from the temporary stacks recovery so far, and we're looking forward to the 3rd unit coming back by the end of November. That would then add more baseload capacity to the system. And last but not least, we also look as part of the recovery to then synchronize Unit 5 in December, which then, Chair, to your earlier point, we're confident, and that puts us on a positive state as we go into the new year of 2024. I've spoken about transmission and distribution. I think it's also important to understand that we need to ensure, over and above Eskom as dealing with their capacity and their performance on the fleet, we need to make sure that from the independent power producers that capacity is connected to the grid. There have been delays. Yes, Eskom has been a factor in that in terms of some of the constraints around transmission grid, but we are working to arrest that and to ensure that the combination of Eskom and IPPs can deal with the capacity shortfall for the country. Chair, just from installation, 326 kilometers of transmission lines were connected during the past year, exceeding the target. And then if we move to the next slide there, the load shedding, if we just unpacked it, as the Chair has indicated, the increase year on year from 65 days to 280 days has had a devastating impact on the economy, and more importantly, the intensity. We can see there 34 occasions of stage 6, 30 occasions of stage 5, and 95 of stage 4. So we need to reduce that intensity going forward to deal with this gap between 4,000 and 6,000 megawatts in terms of capacity from a system perspective. If we then go to the next slide, I think from an environmental perspective, the trends are concerning. We need to arrest that, particularly around the particulate emissions. Especially, we've seen that Kendall's poor performance has contributed to that deterioration year on year. Although we see that the CO2 emissions has reduced year on year, but that's also linked to the lower production from our coal-fired stations. We know that in terms of the emissions, we await the decision from the DFFE Minister in about August 2024 to give us clarity on emissions around our stations and in terms of the levels at which we can operate them. Water consumption has improved year on year, and we've had of concern, and we are focusing on it, is that we need to reduce the amount of environmental legal contraventions. We had 105 incidences in the last year, up from the 65 previously, 58 related to water and 44 to air quality regulations. In terms of our people and society, our lost time injury rate did deteriorate year on year from 0.24 to 0.26. And from a racial and gender equity, there's been an improvement year on year from just under 82% to 83.6%. And then during the course of FY23, we electrified 102,590 connections year on year, and our corporate social investment spend was 63 million. Chair, I'm going to hand over to Martin Bays, through you, Chair, to deal with the details of the financials and the audit opinion, and I'll come back and close on the outlook going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honourable Chairman. Good morning, Honourable Deputy Minister, and members of this Portfolio Committee. Chair, I will start first of all with the report in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. Now, Eskom has requested a similar reprieve as what was granted to Transnet, which was eventually not granted. So we report in terms of instruction note number 4 of 2023 by National Treasury. And what that instruction note does, it says that a certain portion of the PFMA must be reported in your annual financial statements. And that relates to the expenditure of the current year for your irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, and also losses due to criminal conduct. The rest of the reporting you have to put into your annual report, which in the case of Eskom is the integrated report. So when you want to see the full picture, you actually have to go to both the reports. Now, the auditors has issued a qualified opinion for the PFMA, and it is based on the accuracy of the information as well as the completeness of the information itself. Now, the reason around the accuracy is that they are of the opinion that there are some elements that has not been reported, and the completeness relates to the fact that they could not rely on the past. Remember, in the past, the auditors has qualified because they said they cannot confirm that we have picked up everything in the past, and you do have contracts that was regarded as irregular in the past. That is still continuing, and you will find that qualification until such time as those contracts is either expired or condoned or some other mechanism to remove it from that. If you look at that brown box in the middle, that refers to the irregular expenditure. In total, there was just over 5 billion expenditure incurred irregular in this year. Of 2.5 billion relates to historic contracts, incidents, and as I explained, you will find that until such time as those contracts expires. Now, those, and then there are new incidents of 2.565. Now, for the new incidents, there's basically just 2 that makes up more than 90% of the expenditure. The first one relates to the non-compliance to the National Industrial Procurement Program itself, which is the biggest element of it, and then there was also emergency fuel oil purchases of just over 100 million itself. Now, it was regarded that we bought it on emergency, and we should have not bought it on emergency. When we look at fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we can see for this financial year, it is 105 million rand. Now, of that 105 million rand, 102 million rand relates to an overpayment at Kusile. So we've picked it up, and we are now busy with a process where we are trying to recover the money from the supplier. Then when we look at material losses through criminal conduct, we can see there the biggest item is the estimated non-technical losses of 5.6 billion rand. So what happens with that? That incurs all the bypassing of the meters, illegal connections, and also what we call ghost vending itself. So what we do is we look at the total losses in the distribution environment, and you will get technical losses, which is inherent in the process, and there are these non-technical losses. And you will see there's a substantial increase from the previous financial year. And the main reason for that is we reviewed the estimate of the non-technical losses, and we're now assuming of all the losses in the distribution environment, 70% of that relates to non-technical and 30% relates to the technical losses. Next slide, please. This is just a slide of all the performances, and I will unpack it in more detail. But just to say that in terms of the International Financial Reporting Standards audit, that is your normal audit, excluding the PFMA, the auditors issued an unqualified audit report. The only issue that they raised is what we call an emphasis of matter, and that relates to the going concern of Eskom. But with the government support, that they can conclude that Eskom is a going concern, and therefore they have just showed it as an emphasis of matter. When we look at all the numbers, we can see there that the EBITDA, which is very important to us, reduced from 52.9 billion to 38 billion, and I will unpack that. And we can then also see the operating profit reduced from 20.8 billion to 5.5 billion. We saw an increase in the net loss from 11.9 to 23.9 billion. Then most of the ratios is actually worsened. I think the big one that I would like to show is there, if you look more or less in the middle of that block on the left-hand side. It says pre-tax nominal return on assets. It says how much money do you make on your assets, and it says 0.83%. So in reality, if you put the money in the bank, that is the interest that you would actually receive on your money in the bank. We can also see that if you look at the debt service cover ratio, 0.58. Now, your cash from operations should be sufficient that you can actually service your debt. Otherwise, it means you borrow money to service your debt. And we can see all the other ratios as also degraded from the previous year. If we can then go to the next slide. This is then the income statement itself. We can see there was an increase in the revenue from 247 billion to 59 billion itself, which is a 5% increase. But taking into account that we received a 9.6% price increase, it was only an increase of 5%. And the reason why there's not 9.6 is because there was a decline in the sales of 5% itself. Then we can see another big item, an increase in the primary energy cost from 132.9 to 154.9, or a 17% increase. Now, I will unpack that a little bit later. Then we see the net employee benefit expenses. That is basically the salaries that you pay to your staff was very constant to that of the previous year. And the reason why we could manage that, besides a salary increase for the bargaining employees, is the fact that your numbers has actually reduced. So that is why we manage that. Then we see an increase in other operating expenses, and then of that, a big portion of that relates to an increase in the maintenance expenses in the generation environment. That gives us then the EBITDA, a change from 50.9 to 30%, or a reduction of 28%. We can see the depreciation line very, very stable. And then the next big line item is the net finance cost. It went up with 12% from 33 billion to 37 billion, and I will unpack that. And then we see the net loss for the year increasing from 11.9 to 23.9. Next slide. This is just a graphic depiction of how the numbers moved. If I start on the left-hand side, the blue bar shows you the loss for last year. Then you add back the increase in the revenue, and then you deduct the primary energy, and you then also, there was some fuel oil of about 3 billion increase. And the reason for the fuel oil is as you struggle with your boilers or the coal quality, sometimes you have to use fuel oil for combustion purposes just to get the heat at the right levels. Then we could see the repairs and maintenance, and then we see that net finance cost increased with 4 billion, and that gives you then the loss after tax of 24 billion. Next slide, please. If I look at the sales, and I start with the block on the bottom that says sales volumes, we can see that for the local customers, it reduced from 184.9 terawatt hours to 176.9 terawatt hours, which is a decline of 4%. Now that is a combination of the impact of load shedding plus the current economy in the country, plus customers moving away from Eskom to other sources. We see quite often residential environment with the PVs on the roofs, and also big businesses moving to other sources of energy. And then internationally, we can see there was a reduction of about 14%. That gives you a total reduction in your sales of 5%. If I then go to the top block, where it says revenue, we can see local, the revenue is actually increased with 6% year on year, and there was a reduction in the revenue line in the international, 7%. So the total gross electricity revenue has gone up with 6%. Then there's a line that says net revenue not recognized. So what it says to you is, in terms of international financial reporting standards, when you do have a customer that does not pay its bill, and you keep on providing a service to that customer, you cannot recognize the revenue from that customer. You could only recognize it on what we call the cash basis. Normally what you will do is you will provide for that customer what we call the accrual basis, but for those customers, and that relates mostly to the municipalities not paying, we provide for what we do call on the cash basis. Now you will recall that the acting chief executive has said that it's about an increase of 13 billion for the year. On the revenue line, we did not recognize 8.2, and the difference between the 8.2 and the 13 relates to interest and VAT. That gives you the net electricity revenue, and then we also receive some other revenues. So that gives you the overview of the revenue. And what we see is that the sales is declining of 2.5% per annum in the long run. Next slide. This is just an overview of your primary energy cost, which has gone up by 17%. And if we start looking at coal and the others are really minor, and it relates to hydros mostly, we can see that from a production perspective, there was actually a reduction from 191 terawatt hours to 178 terawatt hours. But from a cost perspective, there was an increase in the cost from 81 to 84 billion rand. That leaves you with a rand per megawatt hour increase of 11% in terms of the cost per megawatt hour, which is sitting at 472 rands per megawatt hour. And why that is important, I think it's to compare itself to other possible resources of energy. If we look at nuclear, we can see there was quite an increase of 6%, but most of that relate to the fact that the plant was not available for a portion of the year, and therefore you do expect the cost to increase. Then the diesel, and the Chief CEO has already spoken about the diesel. From an Eskom side, you can see that it doubled from 10 billion rand to just over 21 billion rand. And in terms of the cost in rand per megawatt hour, there was a substantial increase of 49% in rand per megawatt hour. And the biggest reason for that is twofold. Is first of all an increase in the oil price itself, or the price of diesel itself, and then secondly also because of the weakening of the rand. We also see similarly in terms of the IPP OCGTs, just to remind everybody that Eskom, that there are two independent OCGT companies. It's called the DISA and Avon. One is in Durban area, and we can see the cost increase from 4.6 to 8.3 billion, and we can also see a substantial increase in the rand per megawatt hours. Then also we look at the renewable IPPs. We can see there the cost increase from 30 billion to 33 billion, and there was an increase in the production from the renewable IPPs. But what you do find is that there was a reduction of about 2% in the cost rand per megawatt hour of these IPPs. The main reason for that is when the program initially started, there was considerably high prices that was paid for the IPPs. And as more IPPs are added to the grid, what we find is that the price is actually coming down from the new entrants coming into the market itself. So at the end of the day, then if we look at the imports, there was quite an increase of about 20% in the price of the imports, but that is just the way that we have a contract, and that is basically relates to Kohora Basa itself. So in total, we can see there that the primary energy cost increased from 132.9 billion to 154.9 billion, and rand per megawatt hour, it increased with 23%. Next slide. This is just the cash flow, and I think it's quite important that I spent a little bit of time on that. So from the revenue line, we collected about 260 billion rand. And then how did we spend the money? We incurred money on primary energy, and we split it between what we call controllable, which is basically the predominantly coal, and then also non-controllable, which is predominantly the amount that we pay to the IPPs. And the reason why we say it is non-controllable is that the IPPs are what we call self-dispatchable. In other words, if the wind blows, it produces electricity. If the sun shines, we get electricity from the solar plants. And Eskom has got no control over the price, as the price is determined by the DMRE. We can see the employee benefit cost, and then working capital, a very small number, and then the repairs and maintenance. So that says to you, there was an operating surplus of 42 billion rand from your cash from operations. Then we repaid interest of 33 billion. And if you look a little bit towards the right, you will see debt repaid of 39 billion. So if you add those two together, it is in the order of 72 billion, while your cash from operations was only 42 billion. Then we needed 29 billion for capital expenditure, and that leaves you a balance before funding of 21 billion. Then we raised debt of 30 billion. But you remember on the first slide, the chief executive showed you a number of 59.9. That was what was committed. And the two big elements why there's a difference between the 59.9 and the 30 billion relates to two issues. We've entered into what we call DFI contracts. Now, a DFI contract is where you've entered into a loan agreement, but what you do is you first spend the money, and those loan agreements are specific to projects. So what you do is you first spend the money, and then you recover the money from the lender. That is something that is carrying on. And then the second element of that, normally Eskom finds itself in a position that during April, May, June, the first part of the financial year, we are very much constrained in terms of liquidity, and we always pre-borrowed money. Now, what happened is that because of the fact that the debt relief bill itself was only promulgated much later in the year, in agreement with National Treasury, we actually pre-funded 15 billion rand, which we received just after the year end. So we received it, I think, on the 4th of April, but we could not account for that amount of money. And that's the difference between the 59.9 billion and the 30 billion. And as I said, we repaid debt. And then there was a debt service gap of 30 billion. And then we received government support of 22 billion, which meant that at the end of the day, we had to use 8 billion from our own cash resources. In other words, that was the money that was available from the beginning of the year, and that we had to actually use those resources. Next slide. This is just your statement of financial position or your balance sheet. And I will just highlight a few items there. If we look at the top line there, property, plant and equipment, that is all your power stations, transmission and distribution networks, 672 billion. And we can see there's a small increase of 1%, of less than 1%. And the reason why you will ask me that, but you spent almost 30 billion, why didn't it go up by so much? Remember, the depreciation also element comes off, and it was more or less also the same amount. We saw the working capital, which is your current inventory and your receivables. It went up with 6%. Then your liquid assets went down from 33 billion to 23 billion. And taking into account the 15 billion that was only received just after the year end, if we received it before the year end, it would have been an increase in your cash resources. Now, your derivatives held for risk management is quite an important number, and we can see there was a considerable increase from 8.5 billion to 26.9 billion. So let me explain that. So what we do is whenever we have foreign exposures, in other words, if we enter into any borrowing program and we receive money either in dollars or in euros or any other foreign currency, we will take out hedges against that currency. And what we will also sometimes do is that if we've got an interest rate that is a floating interest rate, and we think it's better to enter into a fixed interest rate, we will do some swap that says we will swap from one type of interest rate to another type of interest rate. And you'll see there's a huge increase in the number. And the big reason for that was the weakening of the rand itself. Then, if we look further down the line, equity, you can see it's very much in line with the previous year. And the question is, but if you received 22 billion rand in terms of support from government, why didn't it go up? And the reason for that is the fact that you actually incurred a loss of 24 billion. Debt securities and borrowings, and we can see that's gone up with 7%, and I will unpack that. And your working capital is basically your account payables or your creditors. And then we can also see derivatives held for risk management. The liability part of it is quite a reduction, and that is due to the exchange rate. Then you can see other liabilities. Now, what is included in the other liabilities is basically just provisions. And there are basically three big provisions sitting in other liabilities. First of all, we provide for employee expenses, and that relates mostly to what we call the post-retirement medical aid. That is where certain categories of employees that after retirement they will still get a medical aid benefit. And then we also have to provide for the decommissioning of our power stations, the coal power stations. And in terms of nuclear, we have to provide for the decommissioning of the nuclear power station, plus the decommissioning of the spent fuel. Now, the nuclear power station, you will decommission it at the end of the life of the power station. But your spent fuel, the moment that you use your fuel in the reactor, you actually have then to make sure that you actually preserve that fuel as well for a very long period of time. That is basically the balance sheet. If I move on, that gives you then the unpacking of the finance cost. If I start at the top block, we can see there the gross finance cost went up with 10% from 43 to 47 billion. And the reason for that is because your gross debt went up from 396 to 423, and you also start seeing an increase in the interest rate itself, your average cost of debt. Finance income, we can see it went up from 2.3 to 3.3, and then borrowing cost capitalized to assets, it went down from 8 billion to 7.4 billion. And the reason for that reduction relates to the fact that as soon as you start finishing your plant, you cannot capitalize the finance cost to the plant anymore. And we know basically the only plant still is Kusile that we have to finish. If we look then at the net debt at 31st of March, the gross debt increased from 396 to 423, and it is not a question that Eskom actually raised more debt. Yes, we raised about 30 billion rand, and we repaid 39, but the other movements, 37 billion, relates basically to the change in the exchange rate. And then you can see there the impact, if you look at the bottom, the last line, the impact of the net derivatives held for risk management. So your net debt went up from 389 billion to 398 billion, a 2% increase. Next slide. Now the government debt relief, that will very much help Eskom in addressing Eskom's debt and interest payments. But I think the bigger benefit to Eskom of the debt relief bill is that in the past, when we had to plan for outages, what you would typically do, you will have long lead items that you have to procure well in advance. But because of the liquidity position, we could never procure these items. So now, knowing that the debt will be serviced from National Treasury, we can actually now start procuring long lead items, which will assist generation with their maintenance and outage program. So the debt relief bill, and there were certain conditions attached to that. I think the two biggest conditions is the capital expenditure, no restriction on transmission or distribution, but in the case of generation, we can spend money on to address environmental compliance, the FGD specifically in Medupi, and then the maintenance, including outages and the completion of existing projects. Eskom is not allowed to enter into any new greenfields projects. So that says we're not allowed to enter into any new coal projects or any other type of project producing electricity, except for approval with the Minister of Finance. The second issue is that we are not allowed to enter into new borrowings during the debt relief period, except with permission from the Minister of Finance. But what you will see is that over the debt relief period, there's about 18 billion that will come in from the DFIs, and that is where we received money from lenders for specific projects, but we can draw down on those loans and National Treasury has agreed to that as well. So what we then also did, we did an analysis to say that the debt relief and the fact that you will not be able to enter into any new borrowings will actually reduce the debt by about 40%, and that it will be less than 300 billion by the end of the year, end of the debt relief period, and the balance sheet should be able to carry to maintain that level. That is very important. Now the question can be raised now, what is Eskom going to do during this period if we're not allowed to enter in any new debt? The issue now is that what will happen is that the cash from operations, we will use that to fund the capital program. And we are comfortable that the cash from operations should be sufficient to cover the capital program itself. What I can say is that we have already received 36 billion so far. Now, the way that the process is going to work is that Eskom submit a quarterly report to National Treasury confirming that we've complied with all the conditions, and we've already submitted the first report. National Treasury will review the report, and then we will meet. Now, the first meeting has been scheduled for next Tuesday, and once National Treasury is comfortable that Eskom complied with all the conditions, they will then give an instruction to Eskom to convert the loan into equity. And just remember, initially, when the debt relief bill was passed, it was at 0% interest, but during the medium-term budget policy statement, it was said that from now on it will carry an interest, but the bill will first have to be amended. We did some calculations. We don't believe that that interest will have a material impact on Eskom, and the reason for that is you will only pay the interest from the time you receive the money until it has been converted into equity or shares. So the important thing about that interest, it will actually entice Eskom to make sure that we borrow them, that we get the money from National Treasury as late as possible, and that we comply with all the conditions that we can transfer or convert the loan as quickly as possible into equity. Just to remind everybody that the total 254 billion consists first of all of 184 billion support in cash, of which 78 billion for FY24, 68 for 25, and then 40 billion for 26. And then National Treasury will take over 70 billion worth of debt. And that 70 billion worth of debt doesn't mean they will take over debt of 70 billion, because they will take over the debt plus the future financing debt servicing cost of that debt as well. Next slide. The real municipal debt, as we said, it increased with about 13.7 billion. And then also we can see the payment level, 76%. Last year was 78%. But also some on the top 20 defaulting municipalities, we can see that as well. But now National Treasury has implemented the municipal debt relief program. And we know that many of the municipalities has already subscribed to that relief program. And what the program will do, as long as the municipalities comply with the conditions for a 12-month period, after 12 months, Eskom will actually write off a third of the overdue debt. Now, first of all, it won't have any impact on Eskom's financial statements. And the reason for that is because we've either impaired them or we've never recognized the revenue. So we've already accounted for that. The benefit to Eskom is that one of the conditions is that they must make sure that they keep on paying their current bill. Therefore, in the past, what happened is they did not pay the current bill fully. But if they pay that fully, Eskom will get a benefit in terms of the cash flow. We will receive more money from the municipalities. We can see the Soweto debt there, sitting at around about 2.3 billion rand. And the reason for the reduction in it is really that we have cleaned up some of the old debt and also that we've written back some of the interest. Now, we've never accounted for the old debt or the interest itself, so it had no impact on the financial statements. That is just really from a billing perspective that we show that picture. Next slide. This just shows you per division. So what we do is we split it between generation, transmission, and distribution to give you an overview of how the divisions would stack up. And you will see there, if we look at the Eskom group, made a loss of 31 billion before tax. And I've ignored tax in this calculation because the tax is normally at a company level and not at a divisional level. We can see there that in the case of generation, they would make a 34 billion rand loss. In the case of transmission, there's a 1 billion rand loss. And then distribution make a profit of 3.5 billion rand. Now the question can be raised, but if distribution carries the non-payment by the Munics, why does it make a profit? And the main reason for that is that when we charge for the electricity from generation to distribution, it comes in two elements. The first part is you pay for the energy, and the second part is you pay for capacity. But there's a penalty if the capacity is not available. Because what it says to you, that this distribution is actually losing out on sales. And it's unfair that they actually pay for that, and therefore generation will pay that. And so there's a penalty on generation. That's also why you see such a huge loss in the case of generation. You can see at the bottom the balance sheet of all of them. Generation still about 70%, and then transmission 10%, and distribution 20%. Thank you. Caleb, if I can hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, in terms of our strategy, one of the key elements is the implementation of the legal separation, with transmission being at an advanced stage. Chair, this was as at the year-end results presentation. I think I just want to acknowledge and appreciate that we've now received the 3 licenses from the regulator. So at least from that perspective, that item is now closed. We're still busy with the lender consent and engaging with them. And then importantly, through the shareholder, we await the appointment of the NTCSA board. And then we would also need to ensure we get approval in terms of NTCSA being designated the buyer of power from IPPs by the DMRE. So we're working on with the assumption and the target to operationalize transmission by end of this financial year, and then work has commenced on the distribution separation, and generation is at its earliest stages. If we move to the next slide, as we work through this and supported with the board, Honourable Chair and members, we're busy balancing the energy trilemma of, importantly, security of supply, as we've acknowledged earlier, the impact to our economy and to the livelihoods of the citizens. But in doing so, we need to balance the issue around the equity component of affordability and access to electricity. And then while we're doing that, to ensure that we do it in a sustainable manner. And that is why, from an Eskom turnaround perspective, while we focus on the operational recovery and the financial recovery, embedding a culture of high ethical performance, holding people accountable, as our chairperson has indicated, we must ensure that we also acknowledge that as these stations get to the end of their lives, we would need to ensure there is a just transition for them going forward as we decarbonize from an Eskom perspective and contributing to the goals of the country. So that remains a balancing factor that we take into account in our decisions, not only for short term but medium and long term. Chair, if I look at the outlook for FY24, the underlying key contributing factors remain the same. So from a pure bottom line perspective, the results we are expecting will be similar to FY23 on the back of the performance of the Generation EAF. We're still forecasting in this financial year to spend a similar amount of 28.5 billion on open cycle gas turbines. And then obviously with the load shedding, we do see that the sales does reduce year on year, that coming through. Yes, it is softened a bit by the tariff that was awarded for FY24 of 18.65. And then importantly, we're also ensuring that the business does get the necessary maintenance that it requires in terms of operating costs. So what you do see is that overall, the loss will remain around the same level, around 23 billion, with the operating profit improving slightly from 5.6 billion to 7.4 billion. Chairperson, I think the question is, does this position turn around? As the management, we've indicated that we do see the financials position and operation position turning around significantly in FY25. If I just take, Chair, your open cycle gas turbines, where you're spending about 29 billion per annum, we believe as management that can drop in FY25 by 50%. There's a 15 billion swing there. And then as Martin has indicated, in terms of dealing with the municipalities and the incentives that are currently in place, if they adhere to their current accounts and we can recognize 50% of the revenue that we currently don't recognize, of that 8 billion, there's another 4 billion that we would recognize to our bottom line. That already gives you a 19 billion swing. And then last but not least, improving the EAF plus the generation recovery does mean less volumes lost through load shedding, and then a contribution that will come from that perspective. And then as our chair has indicated, we must ensure that we also deal with our control environment in terms of the support we have from law enforcement agencies, as well as the forensic company that we're going to work with to ensure that leakages in the organizations are reduced. And that for us gives us an indication of why not only the operational performance will be significantly better in FY25, but also the financial performance in FY25 going forward. Chair, if I didn't conclude in our last slide, we've covered a lot of the items, but I think first and foremost, as we've indicated in the trilemma, is the security of supply, and at the top of this apex is the generation recovery plan. But while we're doing this, we must not underestimate the investments and the performance and expansion that are required in distribution and transmission. Transmission has a significant expansion program over the next 10 years, 14,000 kilometers of line, and distribution, 8,000 kilometers of line, while we're dealing with the generation performance. But in doing so, we also need to ensure that we don't only recover financially, but we move away from being a burden on the fiscus. The debt relief puts us in a positive position, as Martin's indicated. Our debt position will drop to around 270 billion rand at the end of this window. And more importantly, we need to be able to be sustainable on our own strength of the balance sheet and the operational performance going forward. So the leadership, as the chair has covered, that will be dealt with, but more importantly, we need to also remain focused on our own control environment and then delivering on our journey to the separate entities going forward, not only for Eskom's benefit, but that for the country. Honourable Chair and members, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting CEO. Honourable members, that is the presentation by Eskom, and I hope we're ready now to engage the report. We'll start from Honourable Komede.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to, especially to our DM, members of the board, the Chair, especially the Chair of the board, members of the colleagues, as well as the media. Chair, I'm saying that if Eskom was going for a witchcraft, we're going to say they are lucky that they caught us really very much overloaded in the sense that we had a very busy weekend, and they gave us, I think there are 3 documents that you have given us, 3 documents, and you look at them, in fact, they are very difficult just to be browsed off, and then you say you have understood the interpretation of what is written there, as well as the pages that are shown there are not really the pages that the documents ought to be, because the font that's used there, it's not the normal font. So if you can use a normal font, then pages will then be extended in the sense. So what one tries to say, more questions that we would have asked will be limited by the fact that many other things, in fact, we may not have reached them. But it will be good as well, Chair, because I want to emphasize this so that both of us, the board, as well as the side of the members, we understand what we want to achieve as politicians. I heard yesterday even the DM explaining this. We have our own target as a committee, but unfortunately it looks as if the target that we want to achieve, time is against us. We're only left with, we may say 6, but it's only 5 months that's left for us. I'm hoping that before the expiry of these 5 months, we would have engaged as well with Eskom, right? So there are a little bit of strides that we have made as a committee, or perhaps together with the entities. We can proudly say that we know that SABC operates normally. We know that as well that SAA, as much as there are still big challenges, but we are happy to say that we can now turn our back and concentrate on others that we see perhaps that they are still a little bit needing assistance. Last week, no, that other week, we had a meeting with Transnet. And Transnet, in fact, is competing with you. We wanted to make transport the third entity that will put in the bag. For a simple reason that Transnet, for almost 20 years, they have not been getting any financial assistance from government. But yesterday, yeah, right, that other meeting, then they indicated that now it looks as if they will approach now government to get financial assistance. So that was a little bit shaky position in a sense. But they said at the time when we were speaking that they were talking about 6 months. And then they said by 6 months they hope that they would have finalized their views and a well-crafted strategy as to how they get their house in order. Today we are listening to you, which then it's putting you the same power as Eskom, rather as Transnet. So it means any one of you or both of you, you can be in the bag before we close after 5 months, which in fact will be a very big achievement for us, because by the time we would have concretely said 4 entities can now operate with a minimal of oversight, left with only 2 which can be consumed simultaneously, because those are the small ones compared to, because the big ones here, it's Eskom and Transnet. So I'm happy when the chair refreshes us when he said in March the target is to meet the 65% of the EAF, which all of us, I think most of us, we are worried, because I'm identifying that there are only 2 challenges that we are facing, perhaps as Eskom, is the energy factor, which if the energy factor can be addressed, we will be okay as Eskom. The second one, which I'm not sure whether it will be properly addressed, is the load losses, OCGTs, right? Because that one, it's very much unpredictable. It happens anyhow, anywhere. One was so because as well as it's unplanned. If it was planned, the situation was going to be different. But at times what threatened us worse is the situation where even the IPPs, at times they do supply us lesser than expected. Even last time, I think we had I can't remember well, but it's 5,000 megawatts, which we were lesser than the situation. So if the IPPs have got that challenge and we've got that unplanned situation, then it means our target may definitely not be the same. So my conclusion is in March, as a committee, we will then be in a position to assess your progress as Eskom. Whereas for Transnet, as I've said, they said anyway in 6 months' time, that will be the kind of a situation. Last time we had when we were visited by the Minister of Electricity, more or less he was talking at the same tone as you are talking today. but we may be interested as well to find out how do you incorporate the plan, because his plan were even some of us saying that some other things that are mentioned in the plan had to be mandatory in a sense, so that some other people who may be unwilling to comply with the situation, in fact, will just follow suit. It makes planning better if you know that people are going to do, they will comply first with the situation if that is mandatory. But if it is not, it makes then the situation or the plan a little bit shaky in a sense. But we still have to see the situation as it stands. The qualified report, it looked in fact a very simple statement to say we got a qualified opinion because of issues that in fact were not properly addressed in terms of the PMFA information as well as completeness of a situation. That sounds a very sort of a very kind of a minute, straightforward this thing. But one may be interested, what are those issues? And why were those issues not addressed at the time? Because if those issues were the information being provided, we could have talking a different language today. The other one is at times we do take strategic decisions, but such strategic decisions may have some repercussions at the end. It was good for the minister then to announce that the 58%, rather 58 billion was going to be written off for the municipalities, though with conditions as well. But there is nothing being said, this is for 3 years, nothing being said that how Eskom is going to be compensated for that. Or is it going to be just a book entry, and then we say the situation is addressed in a sense? I appreciate the which is very scary in a sense, understanding, you know, the 280 days, we are talking 9 months. That is exactly, it's 9 months. If you look at the outlook or the forecast for 2024, you find that there isn't that much of a difference. I don't know whether that will be in financial terms. I hope it won't be the same as other activities as well, because I don't think there is any one of us that in fact want to go back to 280 days of load shedding. So I'm hoping, you know, I wanted perhaps to, if you can help us mitigate a situation where or how you may address a situation of the load losses, because I'm saying that that's where I said there is that thread that in fact is hanging on our heads. And the last one, perhaps, Chair, is for all of us here, perhaps more on the side of the board, where would you want to see Eskom after 10 years? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Kumede. Honorable Kondo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me start by welcoming the presentations that we received today from Eskom. I have a number of questions, and I think actually quite a lot, but I'm going to try and just ask them as fast as I can. So in his opening remarks, the chairperson alluded to the recent ramping up of load shedding to stage 4 indefinitely or until further notice, according to Eskom, because 4 of your generation units have failed to return to service. Please, can you give us an indication of when we can expect these units to return to service? I know you said indefinitely and until further notice, but I think for the benefit of members of the public that are watching this meeting taking place, they want to know when will these units be back in service, and when can we then have some further reprieve from load shedding? Because Minister Ramokgopa had also indicated that these units will return to service on Monday, and I want to then ask you: are we going to celebrate Christmas and New Year in the dark? Is this situation going to to turn around before then? Because I think people are a bit worried about that, given that they may have plans and the like. And just to add on what Honorable Kumede said, I would really like to see Eskom presenting in layman's terms. You get so technical that I often wonder if the ordinary man on the street watching this meeting will grasp what you're saying and what it is that you're saying, because people want to hear whether something is being done about load shedding, what is being done about load shedding, when is it likely to end, and the like. And these are the assurances you should be giving us as the committee, by virtue of the fact that we are public representatives. By extension, we represent members of the public. So please try and not complicate issues and tell us what is really happening, even in terms of your financial and operational performance. I know that you're technocrats, and so sometimes it's difficult for you to break it down, but explain it so that people that are watching also understand. Yes, some of us do have qualifications and the like, but it's not everybody that will grasp what it is that you're saying, more especially people that are watching this, members of the public that are watching us, because we're having these meetings, by virtue of them. And as Parliament, we have this imperative to ensure that members of the public are able to participate in our proceedings, and participation also connotes understanding what is going on. So this is just an appeal from my side. And so in its presentation to the committee, the Office of the Auditor General stated that its auditors experienced significant delays with access to critical investigations that have a material impact on the audit conclusions. The AG further noted that there were possible write-downs on assets identified late, and management was still calculating the values on these assets. And so then the AG also indicated that it anticipated that the audit conclusion of Eskom would be done by the end of November 2023. So I want to find out from Eskom, were there such delays? If there were, what were the cause of the delays? And which critical investigation reports is the AG referring to here? And why were they possible write-downs? Why were the possible write-downs on assets identified late? So Eskom recorded a staggering net loss, and I'm basing this on the information that you gave us in your annual financial statements. So you recorded a staggering net loss after tax of 23.9 billion. This is a massive loss. And I want to find out from Eskom whether you can really mitigate losses of this nature in the face of constant load shedding and the current liquidity issues you are having. This is a lot of money to lose, especially for a country such as ours, where our economy is literally in dire straits and is not growing as fast as we would like it to grow. And then Eskom not commercially insolvent? I mean, Eskom is experiencing low levels of income and has just netted a huge loss. So is Eskom not commercially insolvent as matters currently stand? And I want you to be honest, because the picture is not looking good. And I am convinced, like so many other people, that you are indeed insolvent. Regarding the total overdue electricity receivables from customers, the total is sitting at 64.3 billion, and municipalities account for 91% of this amount. Soweto accounts for 3.5% of this amount. And my question is, how much of this 64.3 billion is Eskom likely to recover? And then, has Eskom dealt with all, with the criminality associated with state capture? I'm asking this because Scopa had a recent interaction with one Brigadier Jabeka, who in the course of his interaction with Scopa emphasized that state capture still remains prevalent at Eskom. Is state capture still prevalent at Eskom? So the Eskom group incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the tune of 105 million. And this amount, according to the financial statements submitted by Eskom to the committee, could be understated given the challenges relating to identification, review, and finalization on instances of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I want you to just expand on these challenges that you've alluded to in this regard, and whether there's been consequence management in relation to this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. If there hasn't, why hasn't there been consequence management? And then, regarding the losses incurred due to criminal conduct in the amount of 6 billion, can we get just, further details on this criminal conduct? And how many people are implicated in this criminal conduct? And if criminal proceedings have been brought against these implicated persons. Regarding the establishment of an Eskom investigative unit that brings together security, forensics, and loss control functions, the establishment of which unit is currently underway, how much will it cost Eskom to establish this unit? Is there a cost associated with the establishment of this unit? And how many people are you anticipating will work in this particular unit? Now, regarding the purchase of electricity from neighboring countries such as Mozambique, when will this happen? We know that some of these neighboring countries have indicated that they can, sell us electricity, and agreements have been concluded in this regard. So why is Eskom not making this happen? Where are the challenges? I asked the Minister of Electricity the same question, and he said he had signed the agreement, so the ball is technically in your court in this regard. Is Eskom still going ahead with the tender, which closed at 10 a.m. on the 2nd of November 2023? And that is the tender for the procurement of a new logo and a new corporate identity. And what is the cost of this tender? Because I'm not entirely sure what the cost of this tender is. And I want to understand who at Eskom approved the decision for the tender, for this particular tender for the design of a new logo and corporate identity, and on what basis was this?
We always react to issues. We always react when it's too late. Instead of acting to prevent issues.
Order. Who's that?
That's why white people are clever enough. They use money for black people.
Who is that? You're not here. Your phone is supposed to be off here. Okay, continue, honorable member.
All right, and then I want to understand who at Eskom approved the decision for Eskom to tender this, to tender for the design of the logo and the corporate identity, and on what basis was this decision taken and approved? And I wanted to find out from Eskom that if indeed you are still going ahead with this tender for the design of the new logo and the corporate identity, is this the ideal time to do it? Is this a priority? Don't you have other priorities? And the main priority here being that you have to end load shedding. And so I'm not entirely sure why you would want to tender for a logo in the middle of an electricity crisis, because you have other pressing issues that you need to attend to as Eskom. And then I have my last question, Chair, around the Quebec nuclear power station. When will Unit 2 of the power station be back online? Will Unit 2 of the power station be back online before the operating license of that particular power station expires on the 21st of July 2024? Has the National Nuclear Regulator approved Eskom's application for a separate expiry date for Units 1 and 2 at Quebec Power Station? Will the Quebec Life Extension Project meet the NNR's criteria for a new license to be issued for long-term operation? And how much will all of this be costing Eskom? The life extension project is in the application of the license. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's it from my end.
Thank you, Honorable Kondwe. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone here in this meeting, Chair. We've got quite a few questions. Went through the report, and then there were a few issues we wanted clarity on. Chair, there's Eskom reported 23.9 billion net loss after tax and an EBITDA of 38 billion, which they are saying in their report is due to a significant increase in primary energy costs as a result of reliance and expensive open cycle gas turbine production, combined with a 5% drop in sales volume as a result of load shedding, load curtailment, and general economic decline. Now, we want to know, why does Eskom rely on costly open gas cyclic gas turbine? And Eskom must quantify daily OCGT use for transparency in contrast to load shedding or IPP consumption losses. And is there any strategy to stop this phenomenon of the net loss, which averaged to 1 billion each day? And basic logic is that if you don't sell your products, you lose on sales. Yet there's a 5%, which is a lot given the size of Eskom customer base. Can Eskom quantify this in terms of rents and unserved energy? Now, on the issue of load shedding, Chair, 280 days is a lot. It's quite a lot just for this year of 2023, and it's not even end of the year yet. Now, you left many South Africans in the dark. Schools, clinics, hospitals, police stations. Now, do you perhaps have a plan of firstly exempting these government facilities from load shedding? Now, if you check from the previous year, there was 65 days of load shedding. Now it's 280 days. This gives you an increase of 550%, signaling the failures of Eskom and government on delivering reliable electricity to the country. Now, what is the maintenance plan for the power stations to avoid load shedding? And are power stations having a maintenance plan or schedule? And if yes, is that plan followed through? If not implemented according to plan, what is the reason for that? Now, Chair, Eskom's liquidity remains an issue and a priority for us. It is contradictory to increase savings while sacrificing plant maintenance of the fleet of coal-fired power units. Eskom must specifically report on the differences between the net loss and the cost reductions. Another discrepancy we spotted in the report is the assertion that only a liquid company should be called solvent. Eskom must explain why this load shedding is being utilized to irritate customers and hike energy tariffs, or is it aggressively phasing out coal-fired power facilities in accordance with the COVID Just Energy Transit? Is the operating budget for OCGTs funded by CAPEX, If this is the case, does PFMA permit such a transaction? Eskom must report must provide net savings for the year under review. Now, we strongly believe that Eskom should be professionalized, and there's a need to capacitate its operations and eliminate dependency on tenders and to review the long-term agreements, your greenfield contracts. On the issue of the debt relief, reliance on debt relief and bailouts could exacerbate financial misrepresentation and gross mismanagement. And we know that corruption is a symptom of the mismanagement phenomenon. What is Eskom doing to address this? Is there any quantifiable KPA or KPIs in place, as well as consequence management to control this alien phenomenon? Are these bailouts, debt relief being monitored that you are requested? Are you going to monitor it? There's a proposal we want to put to you in order to put stringent credit control mechanism at Eskom. I think it's being done in the city of Ekurhuleni. There's a campaign of Siyacima Manje led there in Ekurhuleni, whereby they target big corporations, government entities and buildings, and the big customers of Eskom, which are big corporations, in order to collect revenue from them. So they've introduced a Siyacima Manje campaign, where they cut off the electricity supply to those big corporations that owe Eskom, and they are struggling to pay. You will expect big corporations and municipalities and government entities to just be able to pay Eskom because they are government, they work with government. They should be the first people to pay on time and not give us the runaround, but it's not happening like that. And we want to know, will
Order there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Now, during 2023 fiscal year, a new company, the National Electricity Distribution Company of South Africa, was created in preparation for the formal separation of the distribution division. Now, was due diligence performed, and what was the end result of such due diligence? Was there any consultation with stakeholders? Is government planning to depreciate Eskom so that it may sell it at a low cost? And was Parliament approached to get approval from Parliament for this process, or Eskom just put the cart before the horse by registering the company before the result of due diligence or Parliament was consulted? Now, if we correlate EAF to efficiency, Eskom's 56.3% is ineffective. It translates to around 44% of unserved energy or customers. According to this example, Eskom is not liquid and hence we might say it's insolvent. Explain the 75% international best practice and how it relates to due diligence. Is this report accurate, or is it a process of devaluing Eskom in preparation to sell it? Now, with the issue of renewable IPPs, which produce less than the set target, what are the reasons for that? And what are the plans to ensure that the set targets are met? There were IPPs that were advertised, I think, from window period 1 to 6. How many of the megawatts that they were awarded went into the grid? And how many of the appointed companies have completed and plugged into the grid? Are there any companies that were awarded and have not implemented? If so, how then do you plan on resolving the situation, and what are the penalties or consequences of failing to meet the targets or deadlines in place for those companies that have already been appointed during window period 1 to 6? Now, we understand that NERSA regulates the tariffs, but we have a question that, are these tariffs universally applied? Has thorough research was conducted to reveal that Eskom customers signed to be on a lower tariff for a lifetime, particularly the Greenfields contract? Eskom must clarify this and give us, categorize all clients accordingly. What are the current candle air quality emission standards, and what are the future plans for candle to comply with air quality standards? Lastly, Chair, on the audit opinion, we note that Eskom got a qualified audit opinion based on completeness, accuracy of PFMA information disclosed, which is similar to prior year qualifications. Then the audit opinion is very bad for this organization. It shows high levels of incompetence when dealing with financial issues. Now, non-disclosure of information can mean a lot of things. We don't know what it means to us. It could be hiding corruption. Can it be specified? What does it mean? Now, the audit opinion given to you in the previous years to develop audit action plan with internal controls to avoid this type of outcome in future. Was the audit plan done? If not, why? If yes, why do you still have the same problem that you had? And 80% of irregular expenditure is based on non-compliance. Is there any consequence taken as a result of this? I see 0.61% of your irregular expenditure was condoned for 2022 and 0.25 in 2023. How many irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure transactions do you have in your register? When were they reported, and how long does it take for you to conclude a case? Out of the 81 cases of fraud and corruption, how many have been successfully prosecuted? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Piri.
I've sensed it coming. Good morning. Morning, Chair. And let me also pass my greetings to the delegation led by the DM and the chair of the board. Chair, hey, I'm a bit worried. You know, today it proves to me that oversight we did at Megawatts. Colleagues, if you still remember, there was a saying that at Eskom, they're saying there's a certain percentage of a thinking of a woman. If you still remember properly, 12 against 3 male. The genders, yeah, the Liru guy. So it means it's happening in Eskom. This delegation is composed of male leadership, and it's a problem, dear. I'm a politician. I'll start with a political statement. 12 versus 3 females. Yeah, there's a serious issue here. True, Chair, there's no way you brought a financial presentation. Now, currently, as we're sitting and South Africans are worried and watching, the only interest that we have as South Africans, as much as you must do, we must play our overall oversight, and we need to understand financial gains. We can't avoid the fact of not talking about your operational issues and plans. I'm putting it forward that we need not to get a response that says this will be responded by the Minister of Electricity and his team. We expect that even from you, because the Minister of Electricity has just started, does not even have a year. You have been dealing with the matter back then, and we believe that as a department you play an oversight. You've got all answers that are relating to the entity. There's no way. We must be given a response. I'm putting it forward because I'm sensing it. Actually, I'm smelling that response. Yes, there's potential to respond in that manner. South Africans are interested in when are we ending load shedding, as much as we'll come to your financial issues. DM, direct to you. When are we anticipating before the end of this current year, which is your March? Are you going to be specific? One of you, when was making an open remark, spoke about appointing the CEO before the end of this financial year. And we don't want excuses. Actually, we are impatient with the entity now. We just want all systems to be in place. When you say before the end of this financial year, it can be on the 31st of March, and which it does not sit well with us. When specifically? How far is the process of starting, or where is it for you to appoint the CEO? DM. 2, direct to yourself. I'm not talking to technocrats. I'm talking to you, DM. Previously, I think it was, I remember it very well, 2019-2020 financial year. There was a time when the former COO, do you call it like that, COO, with the surname, whether it was Swedish. By the way, what do you call that surname? I forgot. There was where you paid him money that does not belong to him, whether it's open what, let me not pronounce it because I'll pronounce it bad. Where he was paid something like that, you know it properly. We have never, maybe because your slides are incooperative, there's nowhere where you speak or you tell us how did you recover that money or how far. Because you are talking about money, we want money. You are talking about a lot of things that are not right, they need money. Can we be furnished with information? How far did you recover that money? Chair, as I move to everybody else, I had to be direct with the DM because he's a politician. He understands, you will understand me better. I'm not trying to be funny, but DM, all those together with the gender sensitivity that I've alluded, I need you specifically to respond to that. Chair, there's an overpayment story or of 1 or 2 that the presenter has spoken about it, or I'm not sure how do you put it. My question is that I'm not getting what transpired. Before you report, you need to make us understand how did it come about. I don't know whether do I make sense, because it's just a question mark that does not even make me to ask it properly. The other issue, the increase in revenue, that's a good sign. The 5% that you are talking about, that you have an increase in revenue, meaning you have a potential to make more revenues. What are the good lessons that you'll continue to do in making sure that you get more than 5% before the end of this financial year? Because you need money. And that 5% increase of revenue, where did you get it? How did it come about? If you've got reasons and proper reasons, the bailout that Honorable Gumede was talking about and other colleagues, you might be in a position to even not want to be bailed out anymore. You can even assist yourself in terms of the debt relief, a conditional grant, that I really don't get it. On the debt relief conditional grant, Chair, they have two conditions, or it's a process. It's one way or the other. If you do this, you might end up not paying. If you do this, you'll pay. And going further, the presenter says it might not be something that we realize now. It might not be something that we see being viable now. But then, do you really need that conditional grant? If it seems like it does not give you joy as an entity, if it looks like it's something that is just there, maybe to be a bit of a burden. So, you know, I want to agree with colleagues that when you present, you have a lot of the technocracy of your language. It's a bit confusing. On the other hand, when I listen to your presentation, 2 minutes it gives us hope. 2 minutes there's something wrong, that you are not getting it right. It's a roller coaster sort of. So really, I believe currently we are live. South Africans want to understand what is happening at the Eskom. As much as we are going towards holidays, we don't want load shedding. And remember, all these things is not the issue of parliamentarians versus Eskom, but it's the issue of us as citizens of the country who wants those services without any title. Chair, I want to concur with the colleague there that I always don't agree with in terms of, with respect to areas, the municipal debts, that the National Treasury has published 2 circulars which detailed the application process and related conditions for municipal debt relief for defaulting municipalities. The plan will see a municipality area's debts balance on the 31st being written off over these 3 financial years, and Chair, subject to its compliance and with conditions. And those conditions, I believe you have communicated them with the municipalities, but South Africans are not aware. Why am I raising this? There are municipalities that has got electricity reduction, not load shedding, based on the fact of their debts together with yourselves. Sometimes community members are told, because this municipality is owing Eskom, then they've cut at electricity between these times, and you still have load shedding that is from Eskom. And you find it difficult when you come across such questions by the community members. So I really want to understand, in the view of this, the National Treasury compensate Eskom for municipal debt areas debt balance written off, and how much were you compensated to write the debts? And if you have been compensated, are you still gonna force municipalities to do the electrical reduction and again have a load shedding? The other issue is the operationalization readiness of the NTCSA was not achieved as planned due to several external dependencies, including your NTCSA being designed as buyer by the MDRE. My question is that, considering this, when does Eskom anticipate that the DMRE will finalize the designation of the NTCSA as a buyer? Lastly, Chair, Eskom completed all lender engagement and submitted the required documentations for the operationalization of the National Transmission Company for South Africa, which is your NTCSA. As it stands, Eskom awaits the approval from various lenders, which is dependent on their internal process. In view of this, what will happen if the relevant lenders reject the formal request for consent? DM, we have experienced over the weekend, I think it cutted across the country, load shedding when citizens of the country were trying to re-register, recheck over the registration weekend. We might be having the next registration weekend in our normal language next year, because we believe the year starts in January in a normal language. Are we still going to experience that, as 2024 will be the year of elections? And failing to do so, you might have a response that there's an online registration. There are areas where they depend. They still believe in a cultural way of going to stations when they reopen. They are not familiar with technology. They want to go to voting stations and register for the elections. And most of deep rural areas were disadvantaged. I'm saying this, I went to deep rural area of Kutamas in Tumure, where I had challenges when I visited voting stations. It was load shedding time, and people had to go back home, and it was extremely hot. No one will stand and wait for a load shedding. DM, knowing very well that Minister Ramokgopa is responsible for energy generation in Eskom, you yourself and Minister Godan, you are colleagues. How do you plan not to have load shedding going further, in particular the next registration and the day of election, because all of us will want to go and vote, and we're using electricity together with technology? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Perry. Honorable Esak. It's your time to speak, sir. It's your time to speak. I know you were doing that on a lighter note.
Absolutely,
which is not a
Chair.
bad thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it. Dear colleagues, thank you for being here with us. So much has been covered and said regarding the effects of load shedding, etc., as to how it's affecting all of our day-to-day lives, business, industry, agriculture, etc. So I think, not to be repetitive, I maybe should speak or try my level best then to speak to the report that was presented here. I think it would be fair to do that and leave the registration weekend to when it happens. Chairperson, if we look at the report, I had a look at it when I received it via email and again followed it through. It is overall, and factually speaking, a very disappointing state of affairs. And I think, common sense must prevail. If you look at the fact that the energy availability factor has worsened, and of course the net loss after tax is now also almost doubled to some 23.9 billion, which of course is a worry. It's a worry to to National Treasury. It's a worry to us as the committee. It's a worry to the South African economy as a whole. Now, the issue of the municipal debt. Now that is a subject for huge discussion, but I don't think we're going to resolve that problem here, Chairperson, because it's been an ongoing issue. And Eskom has been singing a lullaby about this issue for many years. And of course, I can understand that, politics plays a big role in this, but at the end of the day, there you are. You're picking the fruits of political involvement, with Eskom having to face the brunt today of some 58.5 billion rand in arrear debt, municipal debt alone. So we should take cognizance of that as responsible members of this committee, and perhaps realize that we've got a business to run. On slide 3, Chairperson, I want to just highlight on the right-hand side of the slide 3, there was the comment that was made, allow me to quote, distribution network performance remained resilient, with frequency and duration of supply interruptions well within target, although energy losses remain too high. Now, as a normal South African, and in the street, reading this and being able to understand, Deputy Minister, just in simple English, the question arises is, why should this be? Why should this be at all? And I think we should really take cognizance of that, Kusile, there's so many different thoughts on Kusile that I sometimes struggle, Chair, with the report from the BRR report on Kusile, and what I read here on Kusile Unit 5, and then I made another note here where there was a comment made noting that Kusile is due to come online in May 24. And then I want to know, are you satisfied? Are we on track? So it's a bit of an understanding, because there was the issue of November 23. I need to be guided on that. And now again the comment in the BRR of May 24. So perhaps if I could be guided on that one, Chairperson. And I'm avoiding to be repetitive, so I'm going to skip what was already covered. Yes, on slide 6. On slide 6, you talk of relates to existing multi-year contracts that will continue to attract irregular expenditure until condoned or expired. Chairperson, let me digest this one again for the committee. Relates to existing multi-year contracts that will continue to attract irregular expenditure until condoned or expired. I need to understand this, colleagues across from me. Please, if somebody can just simply clarify that for me in simple English, so that I can digest this and ordinary South Africans can begin to identify with that comment, how, of condoning irregular expenditure. The issue of technical losses is inherent in the process. Please explain that. Then, Chairperson, you see, the presentation was on the report, so I'm speaking to the report. So thank you for that opportunity. Chairperson, slide number 7. This is bad news. I mean, if you look, and I think the acting CEO did his best to explain it in simple terms, but yes, it is there, it's a fact. It's a disastrous state of affairs. I mean, we have a net loss. We have a net loss after tax of some 22.939 billion, as compared to last year's financial year of 11.930. So yeah, it's exactly 100% doubled. In 12 months, our losses doubled, 100%. We should take cognizance of that fact in terms of how, and seriously, how are we planning to mitigate this for the sake of South Africa? Because at the end of the day, I think we're headed for huge problems if we don't address this in terms of the economy, in terms of our exports, in terms of our income and expenses. On slide 8, Chairperson, there was the other expenses that was mentioned of 3 billion rand increase in repairs and maintenance, as well as higher plant operating costs due to poor plant performance. Now, if we're running a business here, why should we continuously, from financial year to financial year to financial year, have ridiculous losses in terms of maintenance and repairs if we've got quality people, first world systems? We cannot be throwing away good money behind poor quality investments. So I can understand that this is the report and this is obviously what the circumstances are, and I'm grateful for the transparency. But again, we must take cognizance that going forward, when we sit here in 12 months' time, God willing, that we're not presented with an even more damning report, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm going to now also, for the sake, in the interest of time, I know you're hoping that I could slow down, so I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll skip this page, and I have to talk to slide 12, colleagues. I must talk to slide 12. This one really bites. Interest payments of 33 billion. No, correct me if I'm wrong. If your interest payments are an average of 33 billion per annum, so what are you saying to us, and I stand to be corrected, that Eskom is paying an average of 2.8 billion a month in interest? Is that what you're saying? Am I reading it correct? That Eskom is paying 2.8 billion rand per month in interest. Please quantify if I'm correct. Rule me out of order if I'm wrong. Let's skip that one, Chair. Not a good story to tell on that one. Chair, the debt on foreign denominated borrowings grew due to the weakening rand. Repayments exceeded debt raised for the year. I just wanted to hear from colleagues, how do you plan to mitigate against this? Is there a plan to mitigate this, or is it just unfortunately not controllable due to the fluctuating exchange rate? And then, Chairperson, Eskom Debt Relief Act, 184 billion, let's leave that. I think that's been covered. And then, Chairperson, finally, I'm going to move towards closure. You're welcome. Please do come again. Chairperson, we're not too worried about the registration weekend right now, and there was no power, whether there will be power. Right now, we're interrogating the crux of the report, you see. So,
order. Please.
Thank you, Chair, for your protection. Colleagues, so I asked, are you comfortable that procurement, I'm asking now, are you comfortable that procurement is based on best value for money? That's very important. What is the current situation, colleagues? What is the current situation in your supply chain management, relating to a similar question that was asked earlier in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure? How much of control do you have over this? Do you see a strong likelihood with the next report in 12 months' time, that circumstance having been improved? I just wanted to check on that one. I suppose, in conclusion, Chairperson, I suppose the issue of shareholder dividends, Deputy Minister, is probably a non-discussable issue at this circumstance. And then, of course, the issue of the National Electricity Distribution Company of South Africa was raised, I think. If it wasn't raised, perhaps just a small Yana update on that one. And Chairperson, thanks for the opportunity. Much appreciated.
Honorable Isaac. Now is Honorable Dlamini.
Thanks, Chair.
Comes in peace.
Chair, the report is bringing us more stress than relief, to tell you the truth. Clearly there's a problem between what the company generates in revenue and what the company spends. It's a recipe for disaster, Chair, if you find yourself having to borrow money to service debt, taking an extra loan to pay off another loan. Effectively, you have not paid a loan. You've just created another loan, and you are not getting anything in return for that second loan. It's not normal. It's a very strange way of thinking. If this was a household with a sound wife, Eskom would be heading for a divorce court, because clearly the person who's taking financial decisions is sinking the family into debt. Having said that, we need to also not confine ourselves to this report when we want to honestly interrogate the problems at Eskom. You see, Chair, we've just received the census report. It should shock all of us that we are sitting at 62 million today, yet we were hovering at around 48 million 10 years ago. What does that mean for Eskom? It means while we were experiencing the first round of load shedding in 2007-2008, we were around 48 million. And Eskom has not put proper solutions on the table to solve a problem that was to address 48 million people. We still have the same problem. It needs now to address 62 million people. An ordinary person would think maybe we need to be thinking more towards building more power plants. But then there's that condition. If Eskom is to get more money, they mustn't take on new projects. Don't get me wrong, Chair. It's not a bad decision. Looking at the financial decisions Eskom is taking, Treasury must be cautious. But what do we do with Eskom? How do we turn things around? It gets even more weird, Chair, when the report tells us that renewables are not really a solution. We get electricity if the elements are there. If they are not there, we don't get electricity. We have a constant electricity problem, but we are pushing for a sort of as and when type of a solution. It's almost the same as the decision to borrow money to pay off a previous debt. It doesn't make sense. Now the report has told us the effects of load shedding on their financial status. They are selling less. Goes back to what I'm saying. You need more money than you are making, and you've now resorted to borrowing more than you can pay. If you can't pay this month and you are borrowing to pay for this month, you are most likely to borrow to pay for the next month, including the other month. It's a downward spiral type of a situation. Now this has now created a problem. I'm a bit concerned. If Transnet owes Eskom over 500 million, understanding the problems at Transnet, what is, maybe someone must explain to us, because the crux of the matter from my understanding of this report is that Eskom is owed by everyone, and it keeps giving to everyone, to a point where they are borrowing money to manufacture gifts. Where does this happen? Have we copied from somewhere? Is there any country which did this successfully? If there is, which country is this? What are we doing wrong? If it's the right thing to do. Because from where I'm sitting, it's a pendulum of problems. We are swinging from one problem to another, coming back to the other one. We are not gravitating towards a solution. You'll remember, Chair, we acknowledge the effects of global warming, that it changes the whole climate as we know it. Yet we are putting so much investment in renewables, wind, solar and whatnot, without necessarily the necessary information on what sort of impact is this global climate warming going to have on our country. Already we've seen severe rains, sometimes during off seasons, which is very strange. What does this mean for our reliance and investment in IPPs going forward? I think we've tried a whole lot of things. And if we continue this trajectory, we'll have more problems than solutions. Maybe it's high time, Chair, we aggressively discussed nuclear as an option. It's expensive, yes, but we can't afford it now, but we also can't afford this situation. If Transnet is owing over $500 million and Transnet is still not efficient, we are almost certain that we are not going to recover any money from our economy. We are not going to grow this economy. Because we've now reached a point where it becomes a swinging door. For investors to come, they need electricity. For Eskom to provide electricity, the money is needed. And for money to be there, someone must invest, and no one is investing. Eskom is not providing electricity. We are in a sort of a turbulence now. Let's find proper solutions and take the country forward. The issue of maintenance, it's almost interchangeable with the issue of aging infrastructure, because you need to maintain infrastructure as it ages. But I think there is some acknowledgement that we haven't been maintaining, hence load shedding becoming a necessity. But in us talking about load shedding, Chair, I want to get a proper understanding. You know, sometimes what you want to say and what you end up saying don't necessarily talk to each other. We'll leave this room with the notion that in 1 year we've had 280 days of load shedding. Are we saying we've had 45 days of electricity this year? Because that's what it equals to, which is not true. Could it then be that the statement wants to say we've had 280 days with load shedding, meaning there was load shedding at some point in the day? You see the difference between 280 days of load shedding and 280 days with load shedding. We need to correct this thing because it's creating a wrong impression here. No one can stand up here and say, indeed, we've had 280 days of load shedding. Not in South Africa, it hasn't happened. But every day for the past 280 days, we've had some hours of load shedding. Let's correct facts so that we don't feed the demons that are around the world here. Do you understand? Because if you don't correct facts, you'll wake up tomorrow with a statement from some country with its own CIC saying we are very close to a blackout, the total grid collapse, which is not true. But if we are not careful with our words, we'll feed these demons. So let's not create a storm out of a teacup. You know, when I was at school, there was a principle of saying what you mean and mean what you say. There must be no confusion. Please clarify the 280 days issue, because it means there's a different country and another country, because there hasn't been 280 days of load shedding, at least not where I come from and where I work. I don't know in other parts of the country, but this seems to talk about the entire country. Chair, I think the one concern that I will have, can we get a presentation of how is Eskom planning to recover the debt that it's owed? We know they borrow money to pay their own debts, yet they are owed by someone. How are they going to recover what they are owed? So that maybe we move away from digging ourselves into a bigger hole for something that we should really be able to manage. Honorable Isaac, I'm not too sure if you are talking about Israel and Palestine, because I'm talking about Eskom here. Don't do that, because you'll be fired like Kachala if you do that. Don't. I'm saying I'm here.
Honorable Dlamini, you address the chair. You address the chair, and not Honorable Isaac.
Chair, please save Honorable Isaac. He'll be fired by his party.
Secondly, honorable members,
he's speaking when I'm speaking.
We are in a portfolio committee meeting.
Israel.
No, you see,
we are in a portfolio committee meeting here, please.
When you get a reaction from me, then it's a big deal. He's to talk to you. Please guide him. The man is
but I'm busy intervening on yourself, but you are coming out. Can I take?
About it won't
can
happen.
I ask you?
You'll probably end up being in the write-off.
Can I ask you, Honorable Dlamini, to complete before I take you both, yourself and that member out of the room?
Wake up and smell the coffee.
Chair, maybe Honorable Isaac must sit elsewhere. He is beginning to behave like Honorable Shongo now.
But Chair, why am I catching straight?
No, man. Sorry, sorry, no. Honorable Dlamini, cela uphume.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
But okay, let me thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak.
Sure.
Before I was rudely interrupted by
Amba, Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Mkwanazi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Eskom delegation led by the Deputy Minister. Honorable Chairperson, I want to start by agreeing with you that our main goal and our main focus, and we must not lose our focus, is that what we want at the end of the day is the well-governed Eskom for its performance to be well, and for the benefit of the country, especially the economic development of the country. Chairperson, allow me to start with the Deputy Minister as the political leader of the delegation. Deputy Minister, the Eskom chairperson, not the interim chair, ne? That was on the lighter note because you made it clear when you start. The Eskom chairperson DM spoke of the appointments that has been given to the minister. If you are aware, can you talk to the time frame? Because I think one of the most important issues for us as this committee is to see the stability in Eskom, especially on the leadership for the governance performance. Chair, on page 2 of the presentation presented by the acting CEO, am I saying right, ne? Mr. Kasem? Thank you. I want to reflect it to the board, especially the board member. That one knows. Mr. Nchali. If you see page 2 of the presentation, it talks to the headcount reduced by 820, but it also talks to the 523 youth employment services. But for me, sitting this side, it's also talked to the one of the core mandates of the SOEs, that is to create employment, but also talk to the skills development of, especially for the youth. Are you happy with this arrangement? If yes, what is the benefit? Let's talk to the core mandate of the SOEs. But if you're not happy as a board, what is your plan going forward? The second one, Chair, for me in the report is on page 6, but Honorable Kumet has covered me that on the audit opinion. I think you've noted that question. On page 16 of the report, it talks about the areas of the municipal debts that continue to escalate, and it is unsustainable. But there is, I want to talk to that condition by the treasurer, especially CFO, acting CFO, of the 12 months a condition by the treasurer to the municipalities. And the benefits of Eskom out of that treasury, that if they pay a full current bill, that also talk to the revenue of Eskom. But Chair, I'm interested to the role of the board over that, because it's talked to the other stakeholders. Have you, as a board, engaged other stakeholders, maybe through SALGA or COCTA, so that you incorporate that to the municipalities, so you talk to the municipalities out of that benefit to them and also to Eskom? Have you have a plan with other stakeholders, or are you planning to do that? Chairperson, my colleagues has covered the issue of the conditions of Eskom to qualify for its loan, to be turned to the equity. Maybe let me leave it to that, because I think my colleagues has fairly covered that side, and what are the benefits and going forward to that. But Chair, also my colleagues has covered the issue of branding of Eskom vis-a-vis Eskom financial state. Maybe if you can clarify that. But also, Chair, on page 18 of the report, talks about acquiring licenses from NELSA. That is 3 licenses, and on the progress, the functioning separation, the transmission separation, that is at the advanced stage, distribution in progress, generation early stages. With this, Chair or Acting CEO, can you talk of these processes relating to the processes that the DMRE is engaged on? Which comes first? Is the policy or is the implementation? I'm well aware of the Eskom roadmap, and I'm well aware of the time frames of that Eskom roadmap. But can you talk to the processes that I think they are coming parallel with the DMRE and also Eskom roadmap, and in the progress that is on? Because the worry there, Chairperson, is that what if the policy process does not favor the implementation that is going on? So, if you can clarify and talk to that. Chair, I think my colleagues have largely covered the issue of load shedding escalation vis-a-vis use of the other sources, but also the processes and your plan on your energy availability plan. Chair, Masengia Ngasekrineni, please allow me to have the last. I think I have last 3 questions now. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about my voice. It has nothing to do with the last weekend. I'm catching some flu. So I can say that the last weekend is. Chairperson, my last 3 questions. If the Chair can talk to them, the electricity tariff increase, and how will Eskom use the cost reflecting tariff in future to balance the need for its financial position while protects the poor consumers against the high tariff, the high electricity tariff? If you talk about balancing your local finances. Is the last but one, Chair, is the issue of the SARS reluctant to address Eskom's claim for refund for fuel levies and the road accident fund. And has Eskom sought alternative measures to resolve this issue with SARS, or other than approaching the court? Lastly, Chair, considering Eskom turnaround saving programs aim to cost growth, how effective is the is your savings program in terms of minimizing the cost of coal? For now, Chair, I will stop there, but when I look at the time, I don't think you'll be able to give us a second round, but I know that you are capable. You're not a one-round person. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kwanazi. Thank you, honorable members, for your engagement of the report, and you have covered a lot of my questions also. But as a chair, I have to create, even if I'm covered, other questions that are not necessarily, or perhaps expand on the question that have been asked. Just starting first from the commitment made by the chair of the board, which I really appreciate, because we were starting to worry about the appointment of the group, the new group CEO, or because this thing of acting, perhaps it doesn't give credibility to an institution or to a company huge as Eskom for such long. But I just want to be made comfortable, though the process is at final stages, in the sense that 3 names have been sent to the minister as per the process. But I always have, in the light of the experience we have, that among those candidates, in fact, those candidates that have been recommended, at least we take into cognizance of the fact that the previous chief that left, there were questions about his groundedness in the engineering-orientated companies such as Eskom. That at least the person who is there is not like me having teacher's qualifications. You know, at least there might, because I could find one thing there if I go there as a group, so being a commerce teacher, for example, and then in an institution that is predominantly technician, engineering, and all those kind of people. It was the criticism that was there with the previous. And as people who are doing an oversight, we could identify that weakness in his leadership. You could see now that that gap is there. We hope that in the 3 people that have been identified, at least this time around, because I do have an access to the previous chief for the qualification that were listed there. I hope that weakness has been resolved on the 3 candidates that you have identified. Secondly, the other controversial issue is the allegation that was made in front of the previous chief by NUM in Quebec, in a session that we were a complaint was laid by the NUM, and we had to go there with him. And then they made this allegation that there is a company there called Framato, which was paid billions. But according to NUM, they were not performing at all. And according to them, they were the reason for the delay of the steam generators replacement project. And unfortunately, the CEO was always, ever since I think all members know that, we never had a fruitful session with him when we are on oversight. He's always pressed with time. Even there, we got the presentation, after that we left. We had to follow. And that's what happened also in our last visit at the Eskom megawatts. We experienced the same problem. The former chief left us while we just started the meeting, meaning that he was just enjoying to see our face and then thank you very much, and then leave the meeting. Now, this allegation is still outstanding. We have not received a proper briefing or a proper account from the side of Eskom as to exactly what is happening there. Because we still receive letters from NUM asking us as to what extent are we doing that. Mind you, in that process, a manager or a project manager there was suspended subsequently. And when we were asking questions about that, we were to be told what we had never been taken into confidence exactly why a person who was in charge of laying this complaint and later on being suspended. But later on, we recently heard that he is back, and we don't know what was the allegation that culminated to his suspension and so on. Now, I think we still owe that particular information as members of Parliament who went on oversight and received all those sorts of things. Linked to that is also one of the things that also confusing us. Is the guy, I don't know, is the head of generation or is a chief nuclear at Quebec, who still reported directly to the COO instead of the group executive for generation. We heard about those kind of confusion. Can we also be clarified about that? Leaving that, another problem that I think we need to be made certain about is an appreciation that the crisis we have on electricity in the country now needs a very close kind of working together between us as the legislative arm of the state, with the board, executive, and our shareholder in resolving that problem. But also, it needs the same kind of relationship at a plant level, meaning that from a at the power station level, between workers and the executive there. But what we have acknowledged as members of Parliament when we visited was at some point, due to these non-availability at times of the executive and the board, we ended up meeting stakeholders, all unions that are organizing themselves around Eskom, such as your Solidarity, NUMSA, NUM. we met those unions there, and central to the problems they put on us was the lack of proper relationship between the executive and the workers general. There was a serious complaint that sometimes they will hear that so-and-so was here, maybe the top executive person, without because if you are resolving a serious problem, I know that as a teacher, if you're at school, there is a problem between the staff and the principal, there is no kind of proper working relationship. That will that will expose itself after the results came up. You will see that there is that problem. Therefore, I think we still want to check as these members whether is that problem now with the current leadership collective that thanks that we no longer have, was that problem was worse during Mr. Reader's regime there. Is that problem has been resolved now? At least there is that kind of a relationship. Human beings are not operating like that. They're not like animals. You cannot have relationship with the cattle, or horses. But when it comes to human beings, because they think, they're not things, they think and they act. Therefore, you have to have some form of relationship for them in order to have maximum positive results. I just wanted to check that kind of, to what extent is that problem being resolved by the current leadership. The last controversy is the one we had yesterday. I think everybody knows there is the court outcomes. When members are running away from that, I might want to throw it. What is that? The Mashela Koko case that has been struck out of the roll. What does that mean to us in Eskom, in your understanding? Is that development worries Eskom leadership? Central to that is that outcome. The judge was saying it has been delayed too much, and when case is delayed, it's because there are no proper information that will help the court to process things. And what are the implications of that? Not only on the Marshall case, but there are a lot of Eskom people who are online queuing to go to court for those things. And the delays, one doesn't have to be a suicide to understand that it might be because of this delay are propelled by non-preparedness of the. I know it's not you who are doing that, but the implications might come to you at some point. That's all. I'm sorry I didn't want to take it because I'm covered by the members. I see now, what provoked you, Honourable Member? You know that I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't want to do it to you only. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I'm pleading on behalf of Honourable Dlamini to be brought back because he has raised a number of questions that he needs answers. I'm pleading with yourself to bring him back.
No, it doesn't work like that here, unfortunately. We all know the rules there. Honorable Dlamini knows what I said to him. Besides here, he will come back at a time when it's necessary for him to come back. Unfortunately, I know that time because I'm the person who take that decision. Thank you very much for your concern.
Thank you very much for asking the last question.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable members, let's go to our distinguished guest to respond. And shareholder, you will, I don't know whether you will come last or what, but...
I'll come last, let the chair start, then and delegate to
Okay.
management, then I'll come last on those issues that are directed to the shareholder.
I'm foreseeing, because I know these questions are unfair, there are a lot of them. Yeah. If it comes to the situation of maybe until 1 o'clock you're not being able to, I will plead. Sorry, until 2. No. Yeah, no. Because it's Wednesday, we will give you this hour. It's yours. Therefore, if it happens that you have not finished with that, we will have to allow you to go home with those questions and then answer them in writing. Thanks. We used to do that. Yeah. Let me bring him. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair. I won't waste time. I'll just go directly to some of the questions and then ask management to respond to a number of questions that have been asked. We have realized that many of the questions overlap, so we may not be going committee member by committee member. We'll try to group some of the questions to address the various questions. And if we happen not to have, or we happen to have missed some of them, we would be happy if you just point it to us so that we are able to answer them. So let me start with the question around the CEO. One of the priorities that we have indicated as the board is that we want to make sure that there's leadership stability. It starts, in our view, with having a permanent CEO in the business. But as you have seen, we've got an acting CFO and acting, there are many actings. So we want to make sure that we address this thing once and for all. But the starting point is to have a CEO who will then will hold him accountable to make sure that he makes the necessary appointments across the company. You then ask the question, given the past experience, what has been our approach in selecting the new CEO? We, as the board, now have been in Eskom for the new board. It's no longer new. We've been on that board for a year. And that has given us a very good view of what is required. What are the challenges that Eskom is facing? What kind of leader does this business need in order for it to be able to address the challenges that the company is facing? And some of the things, it's not going to be exhaustive, but for us, it's very important that we have somebody who understands deeply the company, the industry itself, as somebody that is, I would say, largely technical from an engineering standpoint. So that's the first piece that we looked at. The second one was that none of this can ever be done by one individual. You need to work through people. You need to be able to work as part of a team. So the ability to lead a team and also the ability to work as part of a team was one of the aspects that we looked at as we look at this. And also I referred to this in my opening remarks. It needs to be somebody with high levels of integrity and also an appreciation of governance and be able to lead from the front when it comes to governance. So these are just some of the things that we looked at, and I'm comfortable to say that the three people that have been, the names that we have been able to give to the minister, they all tick those boxes. Yeah, any one of them, in our opinion, we should be comfortable that they can lead this company and help us to get out of the challenges that we're facing. So that's the first question. And then I will allow the DM to, when he's closing, to address the question around when is the appointment going to be made. That is not with us, although we are in the loop with regards to the developments there, but it is not my place to comment around that. I must say that the working relationship is so close that there are no surprises. We continue to be informed about where things are. So that's the first piece. The question around, there was also a question on what is our working relationship with the Minister of Electricity as the board, and also as, are we aligned? He spoke to the recovery plan. Is our recovery plan the same as his recovery plan? The answer is yes. The people that are attending around this company are the Eskom employees. They are sitting in the different power stations, and they are the ones who are taking the action. And when we report, and he also reports, the Minister of Electricity, it's all one information. He's working very closely with our head of generation, who is here, who will at some point also comment. He works very closely with him. We have one generation recovery plan that was approved by the board. This is the plan that takes us to 65% at the end of March next year and takes us to 70% in 2025. So that is the plan. And that is what we all aligned with him. There is no, he works with us very closely. And we have also recently also agreed on another way of strengthening the interface between the board and him. So that's it. Then the third piece that I want to talk to is the generation recovery plan, which at the end of the day, this is the thing that will take us out of the challenges that we're facing. We as the board were very, very clear that we need to communicate to the country a plan that is doable, a plan that is realistic, a plan that we have the capacity to execute on it. We should also resist trying to create the impression that certain things may happen at specific times when in reality they are not. So we came up with a plan, and this plan that we shared, which talks to the different EAFs in March 2024 and 2025, we feel that is a realistic plan. It's a plan that has now been properly funded. We have the funds, so there is no shortage of the resources to make sure that it happens. The other challenge that we faced was, do we have the people to execute on it, to implement it? In my opening remarks, I referred to how Becky is somebody that typically he surrounds himself with capable leaders, and this is what he has done. Some people are able to attract talent, and he has been able to find people that are placed in the different power stations who are responsible in those power stations to make the plan come to life, to make the plan to be realistic. So together with that, he is not a one-man show. Together with the power station general managers, they are responsible for making this plan come to life. And they are the ones that I would say, when I look at that team, I feel comfortable that we we are making the right, we're making the right progress. So yeah, when it comes to the plan, that's it. If I were to just give a sense of what does it mean to have load shedding or EAF of 60%. An EAF of 60%, we recently touched on 60% in October, where probably around, I think it was 8 days of no load shedding. And at that time, EAF was 80%. I mean, it was 60%. That's I'm trying to give a sense, because there was a request here that we need to speak in plain language, and that is very, very important. And for people to understand what does it mean to 60%, we had largely no load shedding. When we then say 65%, that's a huge improvement to that 60%. So you can get a sense of where we think we are going to be end of March next year. The majority of the plans, I think it was Caleb who indicated that Kusile 2 and Kusile 4 are going. Kusile 2 and Kusile 5 will be coming on stream by the end of March. I mean, by the end of December this year, and that is a huge addition in terms of capacity. Already by end of December, the South Africans should be experiencing a significant change from where we are today. But I'm going to qualify. We are operating in an environment where we have, let me make an example. If Eskom was a taxi owner, and we were owning, let's say, 100 taxis, and those taxis representing the different units, the power station units, and we have been running this business of ours of taxis for many years, and none of those taxis, or many of them, have not been serviced. In order to fix that problem of these taxis breaking down as they are taking passengers around, you need to go and take them for a service and get them to the right level of I guess, quality standards. And you should not be taking them to people who are backyard kind of mechanics. It needs to be people who understand what they're doing. And this is the agenda that the Generation team has been doing, to take each and every one of those taxis, removing them, fixing them, and trying to bring them back, and that requires time. And that is why we felt that we needed the time that we have shared in order for us to get to a place where we've got a sufficient base of these taxis that are much more reliable. So the only real factor that is I guess, with all of this, that's something that was very difficult to commit to, is that we still have a base that we have not yet touched, and that will require, as we fix and more of these units in the power station, will have a bigger base that is more stable. But where we are, we're confident about the plan that we have, and in many ways, this team is slightly ahead of the commitment that they have made to us. When we look at, for example, Kusile 1 and Kusile 3, they came on stream earlier than they planned, and that's what we like and appreciate. So that is the key. The plan is aligned to the Minister of Electricity. The plan requires people to execute on it. We have the right leaders to do that, and we have got the right committee on the board that oversees the performance of this team. We established a committee called Business Operations Performance Committee, that connects with management and looks at and supports them, guides them, and when they need specific things, that committee comes back to the board and makes the necessary requests on behalf of management. So let me pause there and then allow the CEO to address the many other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. To you, Honourable Chair, I'll answer some of the questions and then I'll delegate it to my fellow colleagues to deal with more detail. Chair, maybe let's also acknowledge Honourable Dlamini in terms of the communication around the 280 days. We would definitely look to correct that and make it factual going forward. And then the overall comment around presentation and dealing with the technicalities and making it in a simple language. I think, Chair, maybe just to start with the relationship with the unions, we do believe that this leadership has worked transparently with the leadership of the unions. We have a session already on Friday with Labour in terms of a strategic engagement. It also coincides with an audit and risk workshop. But I've told my secretary we can't keep on cancelling meetings with the unions and disrespect. That's our staff, and we can't solve this problem of Eskom without the staff. So I will join the meeting with Labour, and the acting CFO will deal with the ARC workshop. So I think, yes, there is traction, but again, it's about building trust in terms of any relationships. Chair, I think a lot of harm was done in the past. It doesn't get fixed overnight, but we just got to keep at it meeting by meeting and communication by communication. To Honourable Makwanazi, in terms of the issue around the diesel rebate, yes, we are engaging with SARS through the alternative dispute resolution. We're not approaching the court, so we're working with that, and we believe we can come to an agreement through that necessary governance within SARS from that perspective. I think, Chair, with regard to the issue of is Eskom insolvent, and being a finance person and understanding all your financial covenants, I think it's importantly, if we look at our balance sheet, our assets do exceed our liabilities. Yes, we need the support for us to meet our debt service commitments, like we've said over a number of years. But that is the difference with this debt relief package. At least it gives us that headroom over the next 3 years to focus on other issues in terms of our capital expenditure and our operations. But I think, Chair, one overall theme that came through in terms of the operations of Eskom, number one, are we generating enough revenue to cover our operating costs? And eventually, at a point in time, the fiscus cannot continuously service the debt of Eskom. We must be able to pay our own debt. I said at previous engagements, Chair, and I think it's Honourable Dlamini mentioned this. Yes, we were in a situation where Eskom was using one credit card to pay for another credit card, which is unsustainable, and that is why I think that the decision supported by government with the debt relief. But I think the first point, you must be charging the revenue that covers your efficient costs and can also service the capital costs of your debt. The second important issue, Chair, is even when we're charging to the customers and we're billing the customers, those customers must pay us. And that's one of the challenges around the municipal debt and some other non-paying customers, as was mentioned. So we need to address that, and we're hoping that this incentive, as one of the questions, what does this mean to Eskom? Chair, we have not built in any improvement in municipal debt payment rates, because the introduction of the mechanism on Munich debt is a new thing. We've seen some early improvements, but Monde Bala will explain more on that. But if you build in that improvement, it adds to our liquidity, going forward. So that's an upside from our perspective. And Martin will address, are we going to recover it, how we've accounted for it. So I think that's an important point. In terms of some of the other questions that were raised, yes, Eskom can only charge tariffs that is approved by the regulator. And even in the special agreements that you have with certain customers, it's in line with policy frameworks by the DMRE in terms of short-term or long-term negotiated pricing agreements. The request will come to us as Eskom from the customer. We will assess if it falls within the framework, and if we agree on it, we then pass that and submit that to the regulator. The regulator then conducts their own process and their own governance, and eventually, as it stands now, every tariff, whether it's a special agreement or the standard tariff to the new normal process, is approved by the regulator. The issue, Chair, and the second one that was asked with regard to tariffs, how can you be charging cost-reflective prices and the price of electricity going up, but while you're balancing the trilemma of access to electricity and affordability? So Eskom's positions, Chair, is charge the correct price based on the formula and what's allowed in terms of the electricity pricing policy and the amendments that will come in terms of the Electricity Regulation Act. And then, as a country, it's important that where you need to protect a customer category, make those mechanisms very clear and transparent, that everyone understands where the cross subsidies are coming from one customer category to another category. But I think what we must prevent or avoid doing is not charge the correct price because you're trying to protect a certain customer base. Charge the correct price, but have distinct and clear and transparent mechanisms to protect those certain categories that everyone understands. Chair, and then I think in terms of the ERA and the legislation and where we are in terms of implementing the roadmap, we believe that from a transmission perspective and a NTCSA, the work we've done so far and with the licenses, and obviously we've had discussions with the DMRE in terms of the ERA and we gave our inputs and we've commented, we don't believe that it's in any way going to significantly impact the work we've done and the implementation of the NTCSA operationalization. Chair, those are just my opening comments. I think we need to go into specifically and key topics. I think first and foremost, as we've always acknowledged, is the priority around the generation recovery and the load shedding. And I'll ask Becky Nomolo to just give more feedback and clarity of exactly what we're doing, and more importantly, the confidence that he and his team has in keeping the stages of load shedding much lower and the frequency also lower. So if we allow Becky to deal with that, and then after that, I think Monde can touch on municipal debt, then Martin on the audit opinion and all the issues around irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful and criminal conduct. And then I'll ask Sekhomoto Skiabas to deal with IPPs and how you bring more capacity into the grid. And then Jainty can close from a procurement perspective and supply chain management perspective, Chair, if you allow. Becky, you first. Thanks.
Thank you, Caleb. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Deputy Minister, honorable members. I think the Chairman of the Board have outlined the strategy that is approved by the Board, which we are currently implementing. So what I want to add onto that, because there is some complexities as we are implementing, I want also just to clarify to the committee that the strategy talks about the stations that we need to protect in terms of not allowing them to deteriorate, and those ones that we must recover. But it comes at a backdrop maybe of some ambitious, maybe from Eskom and the country, that we will by this time have seen another major increase in investment. That was then talking to say in the past 5 years we were looking at taking off some of the operating plants, so which means then they were not invested correctly if you look at the older plant like Camden's and Rena's and Fort Place. And then we also threw in to 2 power stations onto that mix. So we are now also looking at that to say this plant need to, through the guidance from the board as well, to say these plants need to operate until, because it's better to make a decision when the situation has improved, not in anticipation of improvement of the situation. So we are aggressively now working on those plans. So there were some questions specifically that we're dealing with some units that have contributed to the current stage 4, which we are very disappointed with as generation. So those 3 of those 4 units are busy returning as we speak. They will be back from this evening to early hours tomorrow, save for 1 at Letabo, which at least we know Letabo is one of our best performing plant, but this is a specific issue that we pick up last night, that we need to cool down the turbine to about 50 hours. So we plan that one to return by Sunday. So from the weekend, we expect that we should start going down on this high levels of stage of load shedding. And then, Chair, there was also specific issues with regards to Quebec that you also touched on. I will group them together with those ones on the operational side within Quebec. The first issue, maybe what I need to report to the committee, is that we are very pleased that as part of the journey for the long-term operations of Quebec, we have now finished the first outage of Unit 1, which was extremely painful and long, but there has been some lessons that we are currently looking at to put onto the outage of Unit 2 within Quebec. So Unit 1 has come back now in the past week. We are still busy with the initial commissioning test of Unit 1. So it should get into the full load by the end of next week. And then only then, the good thing is that Unit 2 has been operating very well at Quebec. There is no risk to it, but we're also trying to minimize this issue of the impact, to say we might rather wait until Unit 1 is fully stable and on full load, and then we will take Unit 1. The contracts are in place. We are planning to take Unit 2 off now. Then the question was that has NNR, the regulator, then approved the separation of the 2 units? We have submitted to the regulator. The regulator is going to their own processes. So they've asked for some additional information, which we have subsequently then submitted to the regulator. Then we will then await that process. From there is constant engagement with the regulator between ourselves and them, so in case they need some clarity. So we will wait then for that process from the regulator to assist us on that process. And then also there was an issue about the cost of the whole long-term operation of Quebec. Like we've reported previously to the committee, that most of the cost is going through the steam generators, the replacement of this, but there is a lot of other projects as part of the safety case of long-term operations of Quebec. So we are looking at total cost of about 21 billion for the extensions of Quebec Life. So, and we are still within that cost, Chair. Also, just to touch on the point that you was raised, I think, from yourself with regard to Quebec, you have raised the issue about the CNO reporting. The CNO is currently reporting directly to myself. As the committee will appreciate that the board have taken a decision to do away with the COO position. So CNO is currently part of the team that we also dealing with these issues. Okay, let me Okay, let me also then, Chair, through you, if I may go to Kusile. There were some specific questions that were asked with regard to Kusile. I think Kusile, one of the key issues why our EAF went so low, we have lost 3 units at Kusile by October last year. So it's actually 4 in total, because it was the failure of the smokestacks that has resulted in us taking out those 3 units. If you take 800 times 3, you sit with 2,400 megawatts. That's almost 2 stages and a half of load shedding. That was, but plus unit 5 that also was still part of the construction. So by still belonging to the contractor, if you add it, so Kusile alone for the whole of this year, you can attribute at least 3 stages of load shedding. So the plan was to return the units by end of December, all of them. But we have then, like the chairman have said, we've managed now to bring 2 of those 3 units back online. And I'm happy to report, Chair, that with the lessons that we've been also drawing from Medupi, because we are always working between the 2 stations to make sure that the lessons from Medupi is operating exceptionally well now, given all the initial teething problems. We did indicate, so Kusile now, since we've brought these 2 units, we are seeing a good performance. Combined the 2 of them, they are giving us over 90% availability as well for the past 2 months already, which is good that we are doing that. So the 3rd unit, we are busy now commissioning it. We're planning towards the end of next week to get it on load as well. And then the unit 5, which is the new unit, we are planning also to get it by December, January, because it's still new. So that will give us a lot of stability as well on this machine, because if we want to take lessons from Medupi, bringing to Kusile, then we will have these 5 units at Kusile that will also start performing exceptionally well, Chairperson. The issue of the increase on the maintenance cost that we are talking to, I did indicate that when we made decision on some of these older plants to say they will be shut, some of them should have been, like if you look at Camden, should be shut down by this year. So we went then the board, through the board guidance, they said, let's look at this, which we also supported as Eskom, to say we need to run these stations. So then it means we need to reinvest again, because we are not now shutting them down. We are continuing to operate them as well, because it's a right thing to do for where the country is now, until we can see the new capacity. And then what we have done as well as generation leadership is that we will not make this decision to say we'll stop maintaining the plant up until we get approval from the PFMA and the regulator to say you can shut down. Then that's the time then you can stop maintaining. Obviously there's different levels of maintenance that get done. I think, Chair, let me deal with some of the issues that you have raised with regard to the allegations that were leveled at Quebec by one of our trade unions with regard to one of our key contractors there. Chair, I've just reported that we've just finished the replacement of the steam generators at Quebec. So it was done by the same contractor, because we have got contractual relationship with them, and we are holding them to some contractual issues. So in a project as big as this, there will always be issues between the employer and the contractors. But from where we are, Chair, the contractor is still on site. They are also, they've shared with ourselves as well their own lessons in terms of what has happened on the first unit to the next unit. So the contractor is still on site. They are waiting now to start with Unit 2. They are busy optimizing the steam generators on the first unit. And that's what we want to hold them to as well. See, we've got contracts. They might have their own claims and all of those things, but at the end of the day, the obligation is to make sure that Quebec's long-term operations and the steam generators are replaced on the 2 units, Chair. So some of the issues in terms of the suspension that have happened. So those are the issues that, since we came back, we have asked the management to expedite whatever the issues that are there following the internal process. So we are dealing with that, and I'm positive, Chair, that we will deal with this issue that were there at Quebec. And it also, just to add on what the acting CEO was saying in terms of the labor relationships and engagement, I think the good thing is that we've got structures within the group, even at an Eskom level, like the one that the CEO is at a divisional level, which then is part of my visit as well in all the sites. Part of the stakeholder engagement, apart from management and the broader employees, is organized labor, where we deal with specific issues that affect the specific stations. And then at a group level, we've got also the group forum where all the stations labor are represented. And that is my structure at the group level. That although I've got some of the JMs that represent me, but time to time I also visit that structure, because I agree with you, Chair, that it is critical that we maintain that relationship with our employees who are organized under the trade unions, Chair. Yeah, I think, Caleb, without going through every other points, that's where I would then leave it here. If there are some other points, then I will pass to my colleagues, Mr. Bala.
Thanks, Munich Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Just on Munich debt, maybe let me start this way. There was a question on due diligence of the distribution entity. So the due diligence, we are still working through that process, and part of the two issues that we've identified as a threat to the distribution entity is, one is the Munich debt, and secondly is the losses that emanate mainly from electricity theft. So we need to deal with those two issues. So just to put the issue of Munich debt in context, we supply the 238 municipalities in the country in total as Eskom. Now, out of that 238, 127 of those are not in areas, meaning that they service their monthly accounts when they are due. And that equates to about 90% of what we collect, about 90% of what we should be collecting from municipalities on a monthly basis. So meaning that the balance then accounts within that 10%. Now within that, the balance, we have a number of municipalities that are indeed struggling to service their monthly current accounts. These are the municipalities that have been targeted for this municipal debt relief program that has been put forward by which was work that culminated between ourselves and National Treasury. So now of the municipalities that are in dire straits, we have got 36 in total that have applied and have been successful in terms of being given the go-ahead by National Treasury as part of this package. We've got an additional number of 35 that is currently under consideration. And then we have the remaining 10 that have not really applied. So the bulk of it is they have applied. Those applications are either approved or under consideration. So we are hopeful that this will give us the turnaround that we were seeking for. Now, of the ones that have been approved, we've got a month or two of some track record in terms of their adherence to the conditions. We've got some that are fully compliant. Over half of those are fully compliant. Others are still finding their feet, but there's hopes, there's green shoots that they are trying to be compliant. So we are hopeful. Again, we're going to have to wait and see, and then yes, after 12 months, we will then see how have they complied with the conditions, which then qualifies them for the first tranche of the debt write-off. So there was a question as to how will Eskom recover this area debt. If they adhere to the conditions, the money, the area debt is going to be written off. I think that is something that we just need to directly respond to. Chair, let me just check once I have the opportunity to address some of the issues that were raised. There was a question about the credit controls from Honorable Mhlongo at Guruleni of Siyacima Manje. Yes, we do that, and Eskom does that. Similar, because we, as part of our credit control, we manage. That's how we manage our creditors. You pay or we disconnect. Now, unfortunately, when it comes to municipalities, we have got court orders that compel us not to do that. So it is a bit of a challenge that we try to exhaust all lawful avenues to make sure that we stop the bleeding. But fortunately, with this intervention from National Treasury, we're hoping for a better outcome going forward. We are still concerned because, again, we need to deal with the structural issues that make municipalities unable to service their monthly current accounts, and those we're dealing with as part of the NECOM process. Are we communicating the conditions to the public, even though we've communicated to municipalities? This was a question from Honorable Piri. And yes, to the best of our ability, I think we can always do more. There was an issue that we are subjecting the people within the municipal areas to additional load shedding or load reduction. It is not our intention. We've got a particular contract, like in all our customers. We are contracted to provide a certain amount, 10 units. We provide the 10 units. How the municipalities deals with it, it's within their own jurisdiction, Chair. So it is unfortunate that we have such situations that that people get affected. But we, for the part of Eskom, we comply fully with our contractual obligations. And then there was an issue that talks to the load shedding and the effect that it's having on critical infrastructure such as clinics and schools and the likes. Again, it was a question from Honorable Piri. So in terms of the regulations, we are compelled to ensure that on critical infrastructure that we exempt that critical infrastructure from load shedding to the best of our ability where it's technically possible and feasible. We do that. Unfortunately, a large part of the schools and the clinics and the likes, they are within municipal boundaries, and as such, they're outside of the Eskom jurisdiction. We do collaborate with the municipalities to make sure that they also exclude or find ways of mitigating load shedding against those particular institutions. That is work that we do on a continual basis, and it is on a case-by-case basis that we make that determination where it is appropriate and where it is technically feasible. Specifically for the voter period, which includes registration and voting itself, we are, as and when election is going to take place, we have got an established structure with the IEC, wherein we actually work through that structure to identify areas that could be potentially be challenged. We have triggered that structure before the registration weekend. Myself personally and my team met with the IEC CEO and his team, and we've put together a plan to deal with the registration that took place over the last weekend, the one that is coming, and also the voter week, whenever, as and when that will be announced. So we do have sort of contingency plans in place for specific areas. And we are working closely with the municipalities to ensure that whenever there are issues, that we address those issues as and when they emanate. Then there was an issue of Transnet, that was raised by Honorable Dlamini. On the issue of Transnet, maybe let me first start with, we classify the different types of accounts in Eskom. So we've got the Munix, I've spoken about the Munix, and then we've got the other large power users, of which Transnet is one of those. So if we look at the large power users, they are currently, in terms of the payment levels, they are sitting at above 100%. Now you may ask, how is it that they are above 100%? Some of them have got payment, sort of prepayment arrangements with us that they pay before they consume the power. This is how then the payment levels for large power users is above 100%. So coming to Transnet specifically, there was an issue about the 500 million that is owed to us. So there is an amount that is in dispute that we are currently in arbitration with Transnet. That is a long-standing dispute over 5 years, whereby there was a disputed amount, and we've gone through all the processes. Now we're at arbitration. The arbitration is at the tail end of that process. We are hoping to settle that dispute in the next month or two. Then that amount will go away. But for the amount that is not in dispute, Transnet is 100% in line with their current accounts. Engagements with other stakeholders, we specifically on the Munich debt, back to the Munich debt, as part of the process, we are obliged to follow the intergovernmental sort of dispute resolution mechanisms, and we engage on those. We are in constant communication with SALGA, with COCTA, on dealing with the issues of Munich debt. As part of the NECOM process, we are looking at how we deal with the whole EDI structure, so that we can ensure that the Munichs are in a position to be able to service their current accounts. And then there was a question of the tariffs and how do we cushion the poor. I think for starters, we do have a free basic electricity as a policy that the country is making available to the indigent households. Yes, there's better ways that we can implement the FPE, and possibly looking at also increasing the amount that is made available for the FPE. But I think the CE touched upon the issue of the tariffs themselves. Our tariffs are structured that on the lower end of the tariffs, that there's cross subsidies to make sure that we cushion for the indigent, for the poor. Thank you, Kenneth.
Before I go, Mondi, maybe you can deal with the line losses issue.
Yeah, okay. No, thanks, Martin. So yeah, with the losses, when we look at energy losses, so basically we look at how much energy came into the system from generation and how much energy we've eventually sold as either tokens or as a bill at the end of the month. So the difference with that comes as what we term to be energy losses. Now, this is made up of two components. The one is that in the electrical system, there is an inherent loss that is basically lost through the system because of the design of the system. So if you pass electricity through a piece of wire, you generate heat. That heat is then the loss. So that's how these are referred to as technical losses. Above that, we then the balance that off is then referred to as non-technical losses. This then is typically your billing errors, your electricity theft in the main. So in the past, for the two components, it was 30% for. We had measured at the time that it was 30% technical losses and 70% technical losses and 30% non-technical losses. Now that figure has changed around, but so yeah, we are dealing. We're trying to deal as much as possible with the non-technical losses in how we manage things such as illegal connections, meter tampering, etc., etc. So that's fine, Martin. Thank you.
Thanks. Chair, if I can deal then with the questions around the PFMA. I think we've done quite a lot in the past around cleaning up the whole process around the PFMA. We do have a proper recording system in place, but where the accuracy issues start coming in is that not every incident of irregular expenditure gets reported in the system itself, because you depend on people to report these systems. The auditors will then go around and they will then find that there are some of the irregular expenses that has not been recorded on the system. And the person on the other side said, but I've complied with all the conditions, and maybe that person did not comply with the conditions. So that is where the accuracy of the system comes in. And I just had a quick look. For FY23, we had expenditure for the new incidents of 2.5 billion. Of that, there were 2 incidences. If you add those 2 together, it was 2.4 billion. If I then deducted, just over 100 million irregular expenditure was for the rest of the expenses. So we've done a lot, and we can see the trend is coming down, but it is going to take some time for us to clear it completely and to be 100% satisfied. The completeness issue relates very much about this, the fact that the auditor said, yes, we know that in the past you did not declare everything. How can we rely on your numbers now? So that's a total different question. The other question that was then also raised is the issue around the multi-year. Now, I'm just going to take an example. Let's assume we place a contract with a supplier, and 3 years ago, and it's a contract for 10 years. And at the point in time that we place the contract with the supplier, we may not have checked whether that supplier is in good standing with SARS, but afterwards you checked it. That doesn't mean that the contract is invalid. It just means it's an irregular contract, irregular expenses, because you did not tick all the boxes. Therefore, we cannot go and stop that contract with the supplier. The supplier did nothing wrong. But until such time as that contract expires or you get some condonation, you will still have to report it as irregular expenditure. The question around the overpayments. So what happened with the overpayments? We've got an external company, and specifically at Kusile, we started investigating all the payments. So what they would do is they would go and look at the specific payment. They would say, you pay so much to the supplier. Did you get value to that amount from the supplier? And if we think there is an overpayment, we will then go back and we will try and recover the money from the overpayment. Everybody will remember the issue around ABB. Yes, and we recovered some of the money from ABB. So for last financial year in FY23, we wrote off 1.6 billion. Because of overpayments, we're now trying to recover it from the suppliers. The question was then raised, but there was a note in terms of the PFMA. Why didn't we show those amounts on the PFMA schedule? In terms of the PFMA, you first got to go and do an investigation to confirm that this is the right value and this is the right amount. For IFRS, it's a total different method that you use to calculate that. The question around the Munich debt, is Eskom getting any compensation for the Munich debt? No, we're not going to get any compensation. The benefit to Eskom is, as long as they keep on paying their current bills, Eskom will have a better liquidity position. If I take an example, let's assume in the past the municipality only paid 50% of its current bill. Now it's paying 100%. Eskom will then actually benefit from that amount. The question around the increase in the gross debt. Now, if we look at then specifically at slide number 14, you will see that there is an asset. I think it's about 25 billion, which is the benefit of us taking out forward cover on these overdue debt, on the foreign debt. If we didn't take out that forward cover, it would have meant that your net debt would not have been reduced. So yes, we do have a mitigation strategy in place. What we're busy doing is we're busy reviewing it again. It's something that we do on a constant basis to review it. The question was raised around the saving of the coal, and what we've got is that we are busy implementing a plan where we try and manage the coal from the source to the stockpile. In other words, we've got a tracking mechanism. It's still in a very beginning stage, but there's a lot of work that has been done, and we've seen a lot of benefits coming out. Every now and then you hear the comments that we've actually now, somebody has been found guilty of tampering with coal or not delivering coal, and we've seen the benefits there. The question was raised about the OCGTs. How did we budget for that? For this financial year, we've made an assumption that we're going to use them for a 12% load factor, and then we're going to reduce it over a period of time to an acceptable level, which is under 3%. You would always need your OCGTs during those little peak periods. Then there was a question around savings, and I just quickly looked it up. We had a saving target of 21 billion, and we managed to save more than the 21 billion. And I can also say that there was a saving targets that over a certain period of time we've got to save a certain amount, and we've actually achieved that amount as well. And we set targets to the business annually for savings, and we make sure that they meet the targets. Thank you.
Chair, I'll handle those items on procurement, in particular the issue of the logo and the value for money in the procurement systems. So I think the first one is, and thank you, I think two honourable members mentioned the issue of the logo tender, and I thought it was a chance for us to clarify what exactly is going on there. So I think in light of the DPE roadmap for the reformed electricity supply, we're dealing with legal separation of transmission, distribution and generation, and this remains a key priority. And amongst these milestones, we have the development of a brand and corporate identity for these new subsidiaries. So it's in that light that transmission will go first and be legally separated under Eskom Holdings. So we will need a new brand and CI, corporate identity, and it has to look separate and independent from Eskom in the market, both locally and internationally. I think in that regard, the logo and the design of those updates can be done in-house. We then said there are certain activities that we would use as and when required to augment the resources that we have internally to help with these things. These design elements will be within approved budgets, and we'll take care of them within those subsidiaries in that light. In terms of cancellation of the tender, no, the tender is not cancelled. We cannot give you the budget amount at this stage because it is an evaluation of the responses that we've received, and again, it is an as and when required process, and when it's concluded, we can actually share with you what that was. I think the other overarching question that came is in terms of procurement and obtaining value for money, and what have we done in light of some of these irregular expenditures and F&W, and will we see a different trend next year? So I think the first one is that we have a commitment to make sure that our procurement and our procurement systems are fair, equitable, transparent, cost-effective, and implemented in such a way that we deal with the historical issues and, of course, deal with the matters of transformation and disadvantaged persons. So in this regard, we have a procurement roadmap, and this roadmap actually sees that we do certain things. Amongst the key things that we can, in terms of time, share in that roadmap is the appointment of a analytics service provider that will actually help us in terms of analyzing procurement data and give us exceptions to focus on in future. We've got additional controls put in SAP, including increasing the amount of catalogued items, so we stop using free text to purchase, and with those catalogued items we upload market prices, and of course we have price exception reports to actually highlight to the procurement managers and the people on site if such thresholds like 10%, 20% are in fact exceeded. One of the biggest changes we're making in conjunction with my partner here from Generation is reducing the instances of informal tendering, because that seems to be the procurement mechanism that is at greatest concern. Overall, we're also increasing the controls in SAP and in upskilling our staff in conjunction with National Treasury and many of the other organs of state, such as DTIC, etc., to get people competent to do the work. And we enhanced the procedures and the control frameworks to make sure that the instances and the ability to identify them is done sooner. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Honorable members of the committee. I will endeavor to respond to two questions. One was by Honorable Gondo around purchasing power from Mozambique, and the other from Honorable Mhlongo around why are IPPs selling less than what is targeted. Regarding the power from Mozambique, I think it's important to highlight to the committee that we currently have arrangements through the Southern African Power Pool to import power from the region. That's an established mechanism, and we are using that whenever there's opportunity. In addition, with the supply constraints that we're experiencing, we have received various unsolicited offers from different countries and different IPPs in these countries. And clearly this becomes a bit of a complex matter given the different technologies, regulations and legislation that apply. What we have therefore done was firstly to ensure that we obtain the necessary regulatory approvals in South Africa, and this largely relate to PFMA approvals from public enterprises and from Treasury. Those have been obtained. Part of the conditions for these approvals were also that we ensure that, one, we get the necessary ministerial determinations from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. That has been done. And in addition, we needed to ensure that we have the appropriate approvals from the regulator. Firstly, they need to concur to the determination made by the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy. And secondly, they need to confirm that we will be able to secure a cost recovery for the power that we import. All of that has now been done. It did take a bit of time. We obtained the final approvals from NESA at the end of July. The second part of what we have done is to in fact launch what we call the standard offer, where we look at the price benchmark, looking to the avoided cost of our own cost of generation, thereby ensuring that we get value for money as Eskom and as a country. That program has been launched, and the various potential suppliers we trust will make us offers that we can then consider. Principal to this was to ensure that we provide an approach that is transparent and that will ensure that we can get value for money. So this is in progress. The standard offer was launched late in October last month, and we are now expecting to see which of those potential off-takers or suppliers will be able to come forward for us to consider the power they can support the country with. The second question was with regard to the IPPs. Perhaps just at a high level to indicate that there's 117 projects that have been signed off with IPPs with a total contracted capacity of 9,421 megawatts. Of those 117 projects, 92 are actually in commercial operation with a capacity available of 7,186 megawatts. There are 13 projects that are still under construction with an installed capacity of 1,259 megawatts, and 12 projects are still awaiting financial close, and their contribution is 953 megawatts. So some of the projects are at different stages of either operation, construction, or still looking at achieving financial close. And as these come online, we clearly then monitor them closely to see that they perform, that we pay for what we receive. But given that a significant number of these are renewable, the weather becomes a big variable in what they can produce. But by and large, they are performing as can be expected. Thank you, Chairman.
Just the allegations on Framatome, we'll have to revert to the committee on that with an updated report. And the other question around the single investigation unit in Eskom, that's just consolidating all the different areas. We don't have costs allocated. Yes, we may have to supplement it with resources. Chair, those are our responses. I hand back to you or the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the question of the appointment of the CEO by yourself as the Chairman, Honorable Piri and Honorable Mkhwanazi, wanting to know where is the process. And as already alluded to by the Chairperson of Eskom, Mr. Nyati, The names have been submitted, and indeed the ministry, the shareholder, has received the names. He has looked at them, considered them, and the process has now begun at the level of the cabinet. And remember, when it's in the cabinet, it's no longer the control of the minister. It goes through cabinet committees. It will go through the cabinet for so long as it's compliant. And those compliance matters, if satisfied, the cabinet will then consider and approve, and it will announce, and the minister obviously will then appoint based on all documents submitted. So we can say safely, as the minister said, before the end of this year, that's what he said, and I'm quoting him, that before the end of this year, which is 2023, and if any delay happens, it will be before the end of this financial year. So let's then conclude it in that way. Those processes are controlled. Then the other issue that was raised was the gender parity of the Eskom team, both in the management and also at the board level. The board level, I think we're almost there in terms of gender. They are not all here, unfortunately. They could not all come. But there are women in the law. It's just the attendance. But at management, the opportunity will exist for the new CEO when filling vacancies based on merit, based on competencies, based on experiences, that will then begin to, together with the board as they approve, that indeed the issue of gender will always be part of the policy perspective that the country has. And I hope then they've taken note of that. And they will definitely, as they fill vacancies, look for those competence skills, and women will be part of that management. So your balance might be achieved because there are so many vacancies that are there. On when the load shedding will end, I think it has been responded to by the chair that at the point when we're at 60% in October, you saw it as South Africans. No load shedding for 8 days or so. And some of you were even linking it to rugby and say if the rugby tournament can continue. So probably this is the way then to not have load shedding. But I don't know how is the link between rugby and that period. We were just performing at 60% of energy availability. So if the target is 65% by March next year, which is the target that they are all working, if everything stays the same, because there are these unplanned type of issues that arises, definitely we will then be looking to see a better environment emerging, and from thereafter working and consolidating towards 70-80, which will then be by 2025. South Africans, we know that this has been a pain and that we have all been going through, but it's all systems go. There's a committee of ministers, Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, Minister of Electricity, and Minister of Enterprise, and the Minister of Environment that sits every fortnight together with the technical teams from all these departments, who are themselves meeting more often with streams that are in the establishment towards tackling the issue of ending load shedding in South Africa. But as we always pride ourselves, that this has, as a result of the wider connection and access of electricity, which is standing at 95% in the country. But what we didn't do was not to build on time on the generation side of things, and some of the power stations being old and aging. But we are now dealing with that particular issue that we are forever making load shedding history. But let's just travel a bit of a journey together and ensure therefore that we are able to achieve this. If we're able to be at 60 at some point, and then 65 is the doable target, and beyond 65, as the timetables have indicated. The last, Chair, was the issue raised by Honorable Mhlongo around whether by separating and unbundling Eskom, maybe we want to sell some parts of the company or not. That is not the intention. Eskom will remain 100% a company of the state. It's 100 years old. and we are just remodernizing it, taking international benchmarks. We have studied the international environment where this has happened. They are doing well, and we think therefore that South Africa, comparing to those emerging markets, South Korea, Malaysia and China, who have unbundled, they are doing maximally well. And then therefore, it's not intended to sell any. It's 100% owned company. It will always be there. So the fear of selling Eskom should not even arise. It's not there. We will continue to have this state, a company there to save the people of South Africa, to be playing a part in the developmental agenda of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Why? You want to make a follow-up?
There are smaller gaps that we need to close, because you expect the answer, which in fact is suggesting you are to sign something and write a letter to the unions. The company is still working, and it has done the work where the union satisfied with the process, because the unions were not happy. The other one is there is an expectation that there will be no load shedding in December from the way I had the explanation, right? And the third one, what took you back? You were at 60, now something has crumbled, but yes, it's true that 65 people reach it.
I had a specific question about the former COO. I thought, DM, you were going to explain about the recovery issue. Yes, you spoke about how are you recovering municipality debts, but the specific matter of the former COO, I thought you were going to tell us how did you... Chair, okay, can you...
You done? Hlongo?
Chair, I want to understand something. I thought they will come back to it. They highlighted it and then they never fully explained it. The issue of 5,557 hours of load shedding. Like, simple sitting here, I look at 5,557 hours of load shedding. I divide it by the number of hours per day, which is 24 hours. Gives me just a little bit over 231 days. Can you please explain it in simple terms? What does it mean that 2023 we had 5,557 hours of load shedding? Does it mean that all those hours it was dark, there was load shedding? What does it mean? Put it in a layman's language. Thank you very much.
Okay. Isaac, you covered?
Absolutely, Chair.
Okay. You've got only 5 minutes to do that response.
Chair, I think on the load shedding, the 200 odd days, remember it's different stages, and at a point in time, certain people get 2 hours a certain day, certain people don't get. So it varies. It doesn't mean that me as a customer in an entire year experience 280 days. That's why we have the schedules, and so Sekhamotso and the detail can be explained in more, Chair. I think to Honourable Piri's question, that's the investigation report or allegation report for Framatome that as management and the board we have to write back to you. I don't have those details here. I think those are the two big questions, unless I miss all the others. No, I think that's that allegation report on Framatome, Chair.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're covered. Gumede, you also asked...
Chair, maybe the last one. I think it will be remiss of me we can't promise no load shedding. We have to protect the grid, but we will endeavour not to have load shedding. The grid comes first, Chair. That's our commitment as Eskom. Thanks.
Can I just quickly say something around the 557 days? Remember that sometimes during a day we will load shed for a few hours and not for the other hours. That's why you can't just divide by 24. That's how the maths work.
That makes sense. Honourable members, thank you very much for your contribution to this engagement, and we also would like to extend that same appreciation from Eskom board and the executive for helping us to understand the presentation and also to be patient to listen to our questions and engage them. With those few words, I think we can release. Honourable members have to remain behind. We'll have to release the Eskom. I understand the situation, but I know that. But the honourable members, the agenda is not. It's not. Okay, but we have to continue thereafter. You quickly go. Yeah. No, whoa, come, please. It's not going to be long, please. Yeah, you can leave if you're under press. You can leave, but we will continue. Yeah? Yeah, we have to go to them. Yeah. Yes, Linde Mapu. Yeah. No, Mapu. It's fine. Thanks, boss. They have to determine that.